Hello guys, welcome to Fiction Quest. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry bonded with the Hogwarts wards at age 11 and could control the castle walls at will. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Stone remembers the letter had changed everything and nothing. Harry still slept in the cupboard under the stairs. Still cooked breakfast while Dudley watched cartoons. Still made himself small and quiet when Uncle Vernon's face purpled with rage. But now he had a secret that burned bright in his chest, warm as an ember that refused to die. You are a wizard. He'd read the letter so many times the parchment had gone soft at the creases. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. A place where he belonged. A place where being strange wasn't a crime punishable by missed meals and locked doors. The giant, Hagrid, had promised to return for him. Had bought him an owl, a snowy white thing of impossible beauty that Harry had named Hedwig. She'd looked at him with amber eyes that seemed to understand everything, and he'd felt, for the first time in his life, that something in the world was truly his. Now it was September 1st, and Harry stood on the platform at King's Cross, surrounded by perfectly ordinary people going about their perfectly ordinary lives, with a trunk full of robes and spellbooks and a cage containing a magical owl, and absolutely no idea how to find platform 9 3/4. The Dursleys had dumped him at the station with undisguised relief. Vernon had even laughed, a cruel, barking sound, as he'd pointed at the platforms numbered 9 and 10 with nothing between them. Platform 9 3/4, he'd sneered. Think you're clever, do they? Think they can make fools of us? Well, have fun finding it, boy. The car had pulled away before Harry could respond. Not that he would have. He'd learned years ago that responding only made things worse. So here he was, pushing a trolley with a heavy trunk and a hooting owl, trying to look like he knew what he was doing while inside his chest, that warm ember flickered with something dangerously close to panic. Think, he told himself. You've survived worse than this. The letter was real. Hagrid was real. The platform has to be real too. He watched the people flowing around him. Businessmen in grey suits. Families with crying children. Elderly women with shopping bags. None of them looked like wizards. None of them looked like they knew secrets the ordinary world had forgotten. Then he heard it. Packed with muggles, of course, Harry's head snapped around. A plump woman with red hair was shepherding a group of children toward platforms 9 and 10. 4 boys, all with the same flaming red hair, and a girl who couldn't have been older than 9 or 10. They were pushing trolleys just like his, and on one of them sat a cage containing an owl. He moved before he could second-guess himself. Excuse me, Harry said, and his voice came out steadier than he'd expected. Could you help me? I'm trying to find platform 9 3/4. The woman's face softened into a smile that made something ache in Harry's chest. When was the last time an adult had looked at him with simple kindness? First time at Hogwarts. Ron's knew too. She gestured to the youngest of her sons, a tall, gangly boy with a long nose and freckles across every visible inch of skin. He gave Harry a nervous grin. All you have to do is walk straight at the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, the woman continued. Don't stop and don't be scared, or you'll crash into it. Best do it at a bit of a run if you're nervous. Go on before Ron. Harry looked at the solid brick barrier. It looked very, very solid. But then, letters delivered by owls seemed impossible too. Cauldrons and wands and a world hidden within the world, all of it impossible, until it wasn't. He took a breath. Squared his shoulders. Started walking. The barrier loomed larger with every step. He could feel the impact coming, could already imagine the crash, the stares, the laughter. He walked through. The sensation was indescribable. Like passing through a waterfall made of light, a curtain of possibility that parted around him and sealed shut behind. One moment he was in the grey mundanity of King's Cross, and the next, steam and noise and colour exploded around him. A scarlet steam engine gleamed under a glass-domed roof, its brass fittings polished to a mirror shine. A sign proclaimed Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. Hundreds of people crowded the platform, witches and wizards in robes of every color, children hugging parents, owls hooting and cats yowling, and somewhere, impossibly, a boy was trying to stuff an enormous tarantula back into a box while his friends laughed. This was real. All of it was real. Harry walked forward in a daze, his trolley wheels squeaking on the stone platform. The red-haired family tumbled through the barrier behind him. He heard the mother counting heads, heard the younger boy, Ron, she'd called him, complaining about something, but it all seemed distant, muffled by the sheer overwhelming reality of what he was seeing. He found an empty compartment near the back of the train and wrestled his trunk aboard, his thin arms straining with the weight. He'd just gotten it settled when a voice came from the doorway. "Need a hand?" It was one of the red-haired boys, not Ron, but one of a pair of twins who looked absolutely identical down to the last freckle. "We saw you on the platform," said the other twin, appearing beside his brother. "First year?" Harry nodded, suddenly aware of how shabby his clothes must look compared to their obviously well-worn but cared-for robes. "Us too." "Well, not really. Third year. But Ron's a first eye, and Mum's having kittens, so." The first twin grinned. "I'm Fred, by the way." "George," said the second. "Don't let him tell you different." But before he could finish, someone on the platform shouted, and the twins were gone in a flurry of limbs and laughter, leaving Harry alone in the compartment with his trunk and his owl and his hammering heart. He sat down by the window and watched the chaos of the platform. Families saying goodbye. Children pressing faces against glass. Last-minute scrambles for forgotten items. No one was seeing him off. No one would wave as the train pulled away. That was fine. He was used to it. Hedwig hooted softly, and Harry reached through the bars of her cage to stroke her feathers. "It's just us," he told her. "But that's okay. We'll be okay." The whistle blew. The train lurched. And as they began to move, Harry Potter pressed his hand against the window and watched the platform slide away, taking with it the last remnants of his old life. He didn't know what lay ahead. But for the first time in 11 years, he was moving towards something instead of away. The countryside unrolled outside the window like a living painting, green fields and grey stone walls, sheep dotting hillsides and villages clustered around church spires. Harry watched it all with hungry eyes, memorizing every detail. This was the world he'd been denied. This was the life that should have been his. The compartment door slid open. "Anyone sitting here?" It was Ron, the youngest of the red-haired boys, pointing at the empty seat across from Harry. "Everywhere else is full." It wasn't true. Harry had seen plenty of empty compartments, but he shook his head anyway. Company seemed better than solitude, at least for now. Ron settled into the seat with the gangly awkwardness of someone who'd grown too fast for his own body. He had a squashed sandwich in one hand and a smudge of dirt on his nose, and when he smiled, it was open and uncomplicated in a way that made Harry's chest tight. "I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. Harry Potter." The effect was immediate. Ron's eyes went wide, flicking up to Harry's forehead, and Harry felt the familiar sinking sensation of being looked at instead of seen. "So it's true," Ron breathed. "You've got the scar." Harry pushed his hair back, revealing the lightning bolt. He'd done it 1,000 times for gawking strangers in the wizarding world, at Diagon Alley, in the Leaky Cauldron, everywhere Hagrid had taken him. It never got easier. But Ron just nodded, as if confirming something to himself, and then, remarkably, moved on. "Fred and George told me about you. Said you were looking a bit lost on the platform. But then, we all were, first time. Mum still gets teary about Bill and Charlie's first year, and that was ages ago." "Who are Bill and Charlie?" "My brothers. Bill's in Egypt doing stuff for Gringotts, and Charlie's in Romania studying dragons. Then there's Percy, he's a prefect, won't let anyone forget it, and Fred and George, they're in third year, absolute menaces the both of them, and then me. And Ginny, but she's not old enough for Hogwarts yet. 6 children. Harry tried to imagine it, a house full of noise and chaos and belonging. It seemed as impossible as magic itself. What about you? Ron asked, and there was no malice in it, just curiosity. I mean, I know about, well, everyone knows about, but where do you live? What's your family like? Harry considered lying. It would be easy, make up parents, a nice home, a normal childhood. But something about Ron's open face made dishonesty feel wrong. I live with my aunt and uncle, he said carefully. My parents are dead. Have been since I was a baby. Oh. Ron's ears went red. Sorry, I didn't mean, it's fine. I don't remember them. It was true and it was a lie at the same time. He didn't remember them, not really, not properly, but sometimes, in dreams, he caught flashes. A woman's voice, singing. A man's laugh, deep and warm. The rush of green light, must be weird, Ron said, mercifully pulling Harry back to the present. Having everyone know who you are before you've met them. A bit. My family's pure blood, which means basically nothing except that my dad's obsessed with Muggle stuff and my mom knows 1,000 ways to tell you you're not living up to your potential. Ron grinned. Bill's a cursebreaker, Charlie works with dragons, Percy's going to be Minister for Magic if he has anything to say about it. Fred and George are going to get expelled for blowing something up, probably. And me? He shrugged. I'm just Ron. I'm just Harry. The words surprised him even as he said them. But Ron's grin widened, and something settled between them, an understanding that required no words. Well, just Harry, Ron said, want to see my rat? He's rubbish, but he's mine. The rat was, indeed, rubbish. Fat and grey and perpetually asleep, he lay in Ron's pocket like a furry stone. His name was Scabbers, and according to Ron, he belonged to Percy before becoming too boring even for the family's most boring member. Watch this. Ron pulled out a battered wand and cleared his throat dramatically. Sunshine, daisies, buttermellow, turn this stupid fat rat yellow. He waved the wand. Nothing happened. Scabbers continued sleeping. Fred gave me that spell, Ron said, ears reddening again. Should have known it was rubbish. Harry laughed, a real laugh, unfamiliar in his own throat. When was the last time he'd laughed like that? The compartment door slid open again. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. The speaker was a girl with bushy brown hair and rather large front teeth. She was already wearing her Hogwarts robes, and her expression suggested she'd been born knowing exactly what she was doing and found it exhausting that others hadn't caught up. No, Ron said. No toads here. Right. But instead of leaving, the girl's eyes fixed on Ron's wand. Were you doing magic? Let's see, then. She sat down without being invited. Ron, looking rather put upon, waved his wand and repeated the failed spell. Scabbers remained determinedly grey. That's not a real spell, the girl said, in a tone that suggested she'd memorized the entire textbook and found it wanting. I've tried a few simple ones myself, and they've all worked. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. And you are? Ron Weasley, Ron muttered. The girl, Hermione, turned to Harry, and he watched the familiar sequence, eyes up to forehead, widening recognition, the intake of breath. You're Harry Potter. I've read about you, of course, you're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. Am I? Harry had seen his name in books at flourish and blots, but he hadn't been able to bring himself to read them. The story they told wasn't his, it belonged to someone else, some mythical boy who lived who bore no resemblance to the boy in the cupboard under the stairs. You didn't know? Hermione looked genuinely shocked. I'd have read everything I could find, if it were me. Do you know what house you'll be in? I've been asking around, and Gryffindor sounds best. Dumbledore was in Gryffindor, you know, but Ravenclaw wouldn't be too bad. Anyway, I'd better keep looking for Neville's toad. You should change into your robes, I expect we'll be arriving soon. She was gone as quickly as she'd arrived, leaving silence in her wake. Whatever house I'm in, Ron said fervently, I hope she's not in it. Harry didn't respond. He was thinking about houses and history and the weight of expectations he'd never asked to carry. Outside the window, the countryside was darkening. Evening was falling, and with it, Harry felt something shifting in his chest, that warm ember growing warmer, brighter, reaching towards something he couldn't name. They were getting close. The castle appeared without warning. One moment Harry was staring out at the darkness, watching his own reflection in the glass. The next, they rounded a bend and there it was, vast and ancient and impossible, its towers and turrets rising against a sky thick with stars, its windows blazing with light that seemed to reach across the black water of the lake like welcoming hands. Harry's breath stopped. His hand, pressed against the cold glass, trembled. Home, something whispered in his chest. Not his voice. Something deeper. Something that had been waiting a very long time. Bloody hell, Ron said softly. Every time I see pictures, I forget how big it is. But Harry couldn't respond. The warmth in his chest was building, pressure that bordered on pain, and with every foot the train traveled closer, it grew stronger. He felt like a compass needle spinning toward true north, like a key turning in a lock, like, the train stopped. Students flooded into the corridor, but Harry sat frozen, staring at the castle, feeling the inexorable pull of something he didn't understand. Harry? You all right? Ron was looking at him with concern. Harry forced himself to nod, to stand, to join the flow of bodies exiting onto a dark platform. The air was cold and clean and smelled of pine and water. Fur's years. Fur's years over here. Hagrid's voice boomed through the chaos. Harry followed it like a lifeline, his feet moving without conscious direction. The other first years clustered around the giant. He spotted Hermione's bushy hair, and a round-faced boy who must be Neville clutching a toad, but Harry stood slightly apart, his eyes fixed on the castle across the lake. Come, the whisper urged. Come home. No more N4 to a boat, Hagrid called. Harry climbed into a boat with Ron, Hermione, and Neville. The moment his hand touched the wood, he felt a pulse, like a heartbeat, but vast and slow and ancient. The boat shuddered, and Neville squeaked in alarm. Did you feel that? Hermione asked, eyes wide. Feel what? Ron looked around nervously. Is it supposed to move on its own? The boats were drifting now, propelled by invisible currents toward the castle. But Harry barely noticed. The pulse had come again, stronger this time, and with it a sense of awareness. As if something enormous had turned its attention toward him, was examining him with eyes that saw more than flesh and bone. Who are you? The question wasn't in words. It was in the lap of water against wood, the rustle of wind through unseen trees, the deep thrum of magic that permeated the very air. Harry didn't know how to answer. He didn't even know what was asking. Who are you? I'm Harry, he thought. I'm just Harry. And the presence, the awareness, seemed to consider this. Seemed to turn him over like a coin, examining both sides. He felt it cataloguing him, the hunger that gnawed at his stomach from years of missed meals, the scars that mapped his skin, some from Dudley's fists, some from Vernon's belt, the hollow ache where love should have been. He felt it finding the ember in his chest and recognizing it, greeting it like an old friend. Not just Harry, the presence decided. Never just Harry. You are more. You have always been more. The boat bumped against stone. Harry looked up, dazed, and found they'd arrived at a small harbor cut into the rock beneath the castle. Hagrid was helping students onto the landing, but Harry didn't need help. The stone knew him. He felt it welcoming his weight as he stepped onto the landing, felt it singing beneath his feet with a joy so ancient and profound that tears pricked at his eyes. "You okay, mate?" Ron's voice, worried. Harry nodded, not trusting himself to speak. The other students were climbing stone stairs, following Hagrid toward a massive oak door, but Harry moved slowly, trailing his fingers along the wall. The stone was warm. It shouldn't have been warm, they were underground, the air was cold, every law of nature said the stone should be cold too, but it was warm, and getting warmer, and with every step the pressure in Harry's chest built higher. "Almost," the presence murmured. "Almost home." The oak door swung open. A tall witch with black hair and green robes stood before them, Professor McGonagall, Hagrid called her, and her voice was stern as she explained about houses and points and the sorting ceremony that would determine their fates. But Harry heard it all through a haze. The warmth was everywhere now. In the floor beneath his feet. In the walls on either side. In the torches that flickered along the corridor as they walked. Almost. 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 They entered the great hall, and Harry looked up. The ceiling was the night sky, or rather, it was the sky, stars wheeling overhead in their eternal dance, the suggestion of clouds drifting past the moon. For long tables stretched the length of the room, packed with students in black robes, their faces turned toward the newcomers. At the head of the hall, the teachers sat at their own table, and among them, blue eyes met green. Dumbledore. The headmaster. Harry felt the man's gaze like a weight, felt him assessing, calculating, wondering, but then the presence surged, and Harry forgot Dumbledore, forgot the staring students, forgot everything except the wave of recognition that crashed over him. "Here," the castle sang. "You are here." And Harry Potter walked forward to be sorted, feeling for the first time in his life like he was exactly where he was supposed to be. Professor McGonagall set a battered old hat on a three-legged stool. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a rip near the brim opened wide, and the hat began to sing. Harry heard the words, something about houses and qualities and making the right choice, but the meaning slipped away like water through fingers. The presence was overwhelming now, pressing against his mind with gentle insistence, showing him things. Flashes. Fragments. A woman with flowing red hair, standing in this very hall, her face alight with nervous hope, a man with messy black hair and glasses, laughing as the hat dropped over his eyes, two hands clasped under a table, hidden from view, young and certain and so very much in love, his parents. The castle was showing him his parents. "Potter, Harry." The whispers started immediately. Harry heard his name rippling through the hall like wind through wheat, heard the craning of necks and the shuffling of bodies as everyone tried to see. But he was walking forward now, his legs moving without his permission, and the hat was descending over his eyes, and darkness. Silence. Just him and the presence and something else, something smaller, more focused, ancient but contained. "Well, well," said a voice in his ear. "What have we here?" The sorting hat. Harry recognized it from what McGonagall had said, but it felt different now, pressed against his head. It felt alive in a way that went beyond enchantment. "Harry Potter," the hat mused. "The boy who lived. But that's not all you are, is it?" "No, no. There's something else." "Something." The hat went silent. Harry felt it probing, searching, and then, oh, it breathed. "Oh my. This is unprecedented." "What?" Harry thought. "What's unprecedented?" But the hat wasn't speaking to him anymore. It was speaking to the presence, the castle, having a conversation in frequencies Harry could feel but not understand. Impressions flooded through him, surprise, consideration, something that might have been awe. "The castle has chosen you," the hat said finally. "Do you understand what that means?" "No." Neither do I, entirely. In 1,000 years, this has happened only twice before. And both times. The hat trailed off, and Harry caught an echo of memory, fire and darkness, power twisted to terrible purpose, a woman's scream that might have been joy or might have been madness. Both times what? It changed everything, the hat said quietly. The question is, what will it change this time? The present surged again, impatient, eager. It didn't care about the past. It cared about now. About Harry. About the bond it was desperate to complete. Very well, the hat sighed. If the castle has made its choice, I can only confirm it. But know this, Harry Potter, you are not merely being sorted into a house. You are being woven into the fabric of Hogwarts itself. Whatever comes next, what house? Harry thought, clinging to something concrete. What house am I in? The hat chuckled, low and old. You have the courage of Gryffindor, the loyalty of Hufflepuff, the wit of Ravenclaw, the ambition of Slytherin. You could belong anywhere. But the castle has made her preference clear, and who am I to argue with 1,000 years of stone? The rip opened. The hat shouted for all to hear, Gryffindor. Cheers erupted from one of the tables. But Harry barely heard them. Because the moment the hat left his head, the presence, the castle, flooded into him like a wave breaking over stone. He felt everything. Every stone in every wall. Every torch in every corridor. Every heartbeat of every person within these ancient halls. The weight of centuries pressed down on him, memories that weren't his but now were, 1,000 years of secrets and stories and accumulated magic that crashed into his mind with the force of a hurricane. He saw the founders laying the first stones, pouring their magic into mortar and meaning. He saw wars fought and won, students laughing in corridors that would later run with blood. He saw darkness creeping through the dungeons and light blazing in the towers and every joy and sorrow the castle had witnessed since its birth. He saw himself, a small figure crossing the entrance hall, trailing fingers along warm stone, and he understood. The castle hadn't just noticed him. The castle had chosen him. And in that choosing, she had given him everything she was. Harry's knees buckled. Hands caught him, Ron, who'd somehow already reached the Gryffindor table, but the world was spinning, fracturing, too much information pouring through channels too small to hold it. Harry. Harry, what's wrong? Voices. Concerned. Frightened. But distant. So distant. The castle was wrapping around him now, trying to slow the flood, trying to protect him from her own overwhelming nature. Too much, she seemed to say. Too fast. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's okay, Harry thought, and somehow he meant it. It's okay. I just he needed an anchor. Something to hold on to. Something human. Ron's face swam into focus, pale beneath his freckles, eyes wide with fear. Harry grabbed his arm and held on, using the contact to ground himself, to remind his mind that he was still Harry Potter, still 11 years old, still a boy and not a building. The flood slowed. The world steadied. The castle settled into the back of his mind like a cat curling up by a fire, present, warm, but no longer overwhelming. Bloody hell, mate, Ron breathed. You went white as a ghost. What happened? Harry opened his mouth to answer and found he didn't know what to say. How could he explain? He could feel the enchanted ceiling above him as clearly as his own skin. He could sense Professor Dumbledore's magic like a bright flame at the head table, and something darker, something wrong, pulsing from the purple-turbaned man beside him. He knew that there were 347 students in the Great Hall, that 17 ghosts lurked in walls and floors, that a house elf in the kitchen directly below them had just dropped a pot of potatoes. He knew everything. And nothing. And the castle, Hogwarts, was waiting, patient and vast, for him to figure out what to do with it. I'm okay, Harry said finally. I think. It's a lot. The magic here. I can feel it. Ron's expression shifted from fear to confusion to something like awe. Feel it? What you mean, feel it? But Professor McGonagall was calling another name, and the sorting was continuing, and Harry let the moment pass. There would be time for explanations later. Time for everything. The castle hummed agreement, and Harry let himself smile. The feast was a blur of golden plates and impossible abundance. Food appeared as if from nowhere: roast beef and roast chicken, pork chops and lamb chops, sausages, bacon and steak, boiled potatoes, roast potatoes, chips, Yorkshire pudding, peas, carrots, gravy, ketchup, and for some strange reason, mint humbugs. Harry had never seen so much food in his life. He'd never even imagined so much food existing in one place. He ate until his stomach ached and then ate more, because some part of him couldn't quite believe the food was real, couldn't quite trust that it wouldn't be snatched away. The castle noticed, of course she noticed everything, and sent a subtle pulse of warmth through the table, a reassurance that here, at least, hunger was not a weapon to be wielded. Around him, conversation flowed. Ron was explaining something about Quidditch to a boy named Seamus, who kept accidentally setting things on fire with his wand. A ghost called Nearly Headless Nick demonstrated his incomplete decapitation to a chorus of mixed reactions. Hermione was interrogating a prefect about the course schedule. And Harry sat in the middle of it all, eating roast potatoes and feeling the castle's steady presence in the back of his mind, and wondered if this was what happiness felt like. So what was that about? The question came from across the table: Neville, the round-faced boy who'd lost his toad. He was looking at Harry with an expression that was part curiosity, part something deeper. During the sorting, I mean. You looked like you'd seen a ghost. Well. More than a ghost. I'm not sure, Harry admitted. It was like, when the hat touched my head, something else touched my mind. Something big. Neville's eyes went wide. The castle? My gran says the castle's alive. Not properly alive, like a person, but aware. She says it remembers things. It does. Harry didn't know how he knew, but he was certain. It remembers everything. What's it like? Neville leaned forward, genuine interest replacing nervousness. Can you hear it? Does it talk to you? Not exactly. It's more like. Harry struggled to find words for something that existed beyond language. Like feeling. Like knowing. I can tell where everyone is. I can feel the magic in the walls. It's like having a second skin, except the skin is made of stone and memory. Neville's expression shifted again, and Harry caught something there, a longing, maybe. A wish for something extraordinary to touch his ordinary life. The castle likes you, Harry said, surprising himself. What? I don't know how I know, but, it likes you. Something about your magic. It feels warm to her. Neville's face flushed red, but he was smiling. A small, uncertain smile, like he wasn't sure if he was allowed to have it. That's really, thanks, he managed. That's really nice to hear. The feast continued. Desserts replaced main courses, blocks of ice cream in every flavor imaginable, apple pies, treacle tarts, chocolate eclairs and jam donuts, trifle, strawberries, jelly, rice pudding. Harry ate until he thought he might actually burst, and still the castle hummed contentedly in his mind, pleased to see him fed. Finally, mercifully, the plates cleared themselves. Dumbledore stood, and the hall fell silent. Just a few more words now that we are all fed and watered. I have a few start-of-term notices to give you. Harry listened to warnings about the forbidden forest and magic in corridors, but his attention snagged on something else. The man in the purple turban, Professor Quirrell, Dumbledore called him, the defense against the dark arts teacher, had turned to speak to the hook-nosed professor beside him, and when he did, Harry felt something. Wrong. That was the only word for it. Something deeply, fundamentally wrong, pulsing from Quirrell like heat from a wound. The castle felt it too. Her attention sharpened, focused on Quirrell with an intensity that made Harry's head throb. Danger, she seemed to whisper. Something wrong. Something hiding. Harry filed the information away. He didn't know what it meant yet, but he would find out. And finally, Dumbledore continued, I must tell you that this year, the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death. Harry felt the castle's reaction to this, a complex swirl of protectiveness and warning. There was something in that corridor. Something she was guarding. Something important. What is it? He asked silently. But the castle didn't answer in words. Instead, she showed him an image, a door, massive and iron-bound, and beyond it, a darkness that even she seemed reluctant to illuminate. Later, she promised. When you are ready. The feast ended. The prefects led the first years out of the great hall and up a bewildering series of staircases that moved, Harry noted with fascination, feeling their mechanics like joints in a great body. The castle was helping, subtly smoothing their path, ensuring no first year got lost on their first night. Gryffindor Tower is in the West Wing, the prefect was explaining, but Harry already knew. He knew every corridor, every shortcut, every secret passage. The knowledge sat in his mind like it had always been there, waiting to be remembered. They stopped before a portrait of a very fat woman in a pink silk dress. Password? She asked. Caput Draconis, the prefect said, and the portrait swung open to reveal a hole in the wall. The common room beyond was round and cozy, full of squashy armchairs and a crackling fire. But when Harry stepped through the portrait hole, the fire blazed higher, warmer, welcoming him specifically. The armchairs seemed to adjust themselves, as if making room. Even the portraits on the walls turned to look, their painted eyes wide with something like recognition. No one else seemed to notice. They were all too tired, too overwhelmed by their first day. But Harry felt the castle's attention focused on him like sunlight through a magnifying glass. Welcome home, she said, and the words resonated in every stone, every brick, every piece of mortar that held Hogwarts together. Welcome home, Harry Potter. I have waited so long for you. The dormitory was a circular room with 5 four-poster beds hung with deep red velvet curtains. Harry's trunk had already been brought up, along with his other things. Hedwig's cage sat on a table by the window, and she hooted softly as he entered. Ron took the bed next to his, a small thing, but it made the warmth in Harry's chest flare brighter. The other boys, Neville, Seamus, and a boy named Dean Thomas, claimed their own spaces with varying degrees of exhaustion. First day tomorrow, Seamus groaned, falling face first onto his mattress. Double potions with Slytherins. My brother says the professor's a right nightmare. Snape, Dean said, nodding grimly. My cousin warned me about him. Hates everyone except his own house. Harry remembered the hook-nosed professor at the head table. The castle's memory of him was complex, decades of service, pain buried deep, a heart that had calcified around some ancient wound. Not cruel by nature, the castle seemed to suggest. Cruel by choice, which was somehow worse. We should sleep, Neville said, his voice muffled by his pillow. Long day tomorrow. He was right, but Harry found he wasn't tired. His body was exhausted, yes, years of insufficient food and too much work had left him permanently drained, but his mind was racing. The castle was settling into him, making space for herself in corners of his consciousness he hadn't known existed. He waited until the others' breathing deepened into sleep. Then he slipped out of bed and padded to the window, his bare feet silent on the stone floor. The ground spread out below him, the black mirror of the lake, the dark smudge of the forbidden forest, the distant lights of Hogsmeade Village. But Harry wasn't looking at the view. He was looking inward, exploring the new landscape of his mind. Show me, he thought. Show me what you are. The castle's response was immediate and overwhelming. She opened herself to him, layer by layer, secret by secret. He saw the chamber of secrets, sealed and forgotten beneath the school. He saw the room of requirement, hiding behind a tapestry on the 7th floor. He saw passages and tunnels and hidden rooms that hadn't been opened in centuries. And deeper still, he saw something else. A darkness that the castle kept carefully contained. A presence that had been sleeping since before the founders laid the first stone. What is that? Harry asked, but the castle pulled back, her attention shivering away from the question. Not yet, she whispered. Please. Not yet. There was fear in her tone, or what passed for tone in a consciousness made of stone and magic. Genuine fear, ancient and profound. Whatever lay in the depths of Hogwarts, even the castle herself was afraid of it. Harry let it go. There was time. He was here now, bound to this place in ways he was only beginning to understand. The mysteries would reveal themselves eventually. Tell me about my parents, he thought instead. And the castle did. She showed him James Potter, 17 years old, standing in the entrance hall with a stolen snitch in his pocket and mischief in his eyes. She showed him Lily Evans, her red hair blazing in torchlight, arguing passionately about the rights of magical creatures in a history of magic class. She showed them falling in love, slowly, reluctantly on Lily's part, then all at once. She showed them leaving, hands clasped, diplomas in their bags and the whole world ahead of them. And she showed the moment, years later, when news reached the castle of their deaths. The stones had wept that night. Not literally, stone cannot weep, but something in the castle had mourned. 2 of her children, gone. A little boy, orphaned. And nothing to be done. I'm here now, Harry told her. I'm okay. You are not okay, the castle replied, and her honesty was gentle but unflinching. You have been hurt. Starved. Unloved. I have seen it in your memories. I know what they did to you. Harry didn't know how to respond. No one had ever acknowledged his pain so directly. Not Hagrid, who'd been angry but helpless. Not the teachers who'd seen his hand-me-down clothes and too thin frame and chosen not to ask questions. Not even Harry himself, who'd learned early that acknowledging pain only gave others ammunition. I am sorry I could not protect you, the castle continued. You were outside my walls. Beyond my reach. But you are here now. And I will not let anyone hurt you again. It was a promise. More than that, it was a vow, carved into the bedrock of Hogwarts itself. Harry felt it settle into him, became part of the bond they were building. Thank you, he thought. Thank me by living, the castle replied. Thank me by being happy. You have been denied that for so long. Let me give it to you now. Harry leaned his forehead against the cold glass of the window and closed his eyes. The castle wrapped around him, not physically, but in some deeper way. Warming the stones beneath his feet. Softening the air in his lungs. Making him feel, for the first time in his life, entirely and completely safe. He didn't know what tomorrow would bring. Classes and challenges and probably 100 complications he couldn't foresee. The mystery of the 3rd-floor corridor. The wrongness radiating from Professor Quirrell. The secrets buried in the castle's deepest depths. But tonight, Harry Potter was home. And that was enough. The first week at Hogwarts was everything Harry had dreamed and nothing he'd expected. Classes were revelations. Professor Flitwick, a tiny wizard who had to stand on a pile of books to see over his desk, made feathers float with a wave of his wand. Professor Sprout, round and cheerful, introduced them to plants that fought back. Professor Binns, the only ghost teacher, droned about goblin rebellions while students dozed in their seats. And throughout it all, Harry felt the castle watching. Guiding. Teaching. In Transfiguration, Professor McGonagall set them to turning matches into needles. Harry stared at his match, feeling its structure in a way he couldn't explain, the wood fibers, the chemical coating, the tiny spark of magic that made transfiguration possible. Without quite meaning to, he reached out with his mind, asking the castle what it knew about transformation. The response was a flood of memory, centuries of students performing this exact spell, the magic observed and catalogued and understood at a level no textbook could capture. Harry didn't learn the spell so much as remember it. His match became a needle on the first try. Professor McGonagall stared at him for a long moment, her expression unreadable. 5 points to Gryffindor, she said finally. That was exceptional work, Mr. Potter. Hermione, who'd been struggling with her own match, shot him a look of pure frustration. But there was curiosity there too, a hunger to understand how he'd done it. It's the castle, Harry told her later, in the library where she'd cornered him between shelves. She shows me things. Memories of how other students did it. That's not possible. But Hermione's tone wasn't dismissive, it was calculating. Ward magic can't grant knowledge transfer. The theory doesn't support it. Maybe the theory's wrong. Maybe. She pulled a book from the shelf, Ancient Ward Structures and Their Applications, and began flipping through it with determined intensity. Or maybe this is something new. Something that's never been documented before. Harry found he liked Hermione's response. She didn't dismiss what she couldn't explain. She tried to understand it. That was a kind of courage, he was beginning to realize. The courage to admit ignorance and seek knowledge. If you figure it out, he said, let me know. If I figure it out, Hermione replied, not looking up from her book, you'll be the first person I tell. Potions was a disaster. Not the class itself, the class was fascinating, a strange combination of cooking and chemistry that appealed to something deep in Harry's practical nature. No, the disaster was Professor Snape. The dungeon classroom was cold, and the castle couldn't warm it without alerting Snape to her interference. Harry felt her frustration as clearly as his own as the professor swept through the room, his black robes billowing like bat wings. Ah yes, Snape said softly, his eyes finding Harry in the crowd. Harry Potter. Our new celebrity. The pause was deliberate. The contempt was palpable. Harry felt the castle bristle, but he kept his face carefully neutral. The Dursleys had taught him that much, never show weakness, never let them see they've hurt you. Snape began the lesson with a barrage of questions aimed squarely at Harry. What would he get if he added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Where would he look if he asked him to find a bezoar? What was the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? Harry knew the answers. The castle was whispering them, showing him memories of students asking these exact questions decades ago. But something held him back. Something in Snape's eyes, a pain so raw it was almost blinding, made him pause. I don't know, sir, he said quietly. Snape's lips curled. Clearly fame isn't everything, is it, Mr. Potter? The class continued. Snape stalked between desks, criticizing everything, Harry's chopping technique, his stirring pattern, the precise shade of green his potion turned. But Harry endured it, and when the class ended, he lingered. Mr. Potter. Snape's voice was ice. The exit is that way. I know, Harry said. The castle showed me something. About you. Snape went very still. The castle showed you something. She remembers you. From when you were a student. Harry chose his words carefully, feeling the weight of them. She remembers why you came back. Why you stayed. And she respects you for it. For a long moment, Snape said nothing. His face was a mask, betraying nothing. But Harry felt the shift in the air, the minute loosening of tension, the infinitesimal softening of something that had been rigid. Get out, Potter, Snape said finally. But his voice was different. Less cold. More tired. Harry left. Behind him, he felt the castle humming with something like approval. It wasn't friendship. It wasn't even respect, not yet. But it was a beginning. That night, Harry dreamed. He stood in the third-floor corridor, before a door he'd never seen but recognized instantly. The castle was with him, not beside him, but around him, her presence woven through every stone and shadow. "Through there," she whispered. "Do you want to see?" Harry nodded, and the door swung open. Beyond was darkness. Not the darkness of a closed room or a moonless night, but something deeper, a darkness that had weight and substance and hunger. It pressed against invisible barriers, testing their strength, searching for weaknesses. And in the darkness, something breathed. "What is it?" Harry asked. The castle's answer was not words but images. A three-headed dog, massive and snarling, guarding a trapdoor. Below, challenges and obstacles, protections laid by the teachers themselves. And at the end, something small and precious and desperately sought. "The Philosopher's Stone," the castle whispered. "Nicholas Flamel's greatest creation. It can transform any metal into gold. It produces the elixir of life, which makes the drinker immortal. Why is it here? Because Dumbledore fears someone is trying to steal it. Because Hogwarts is the safest place in the world." A pause, heavy with something unspoken. Because there are those who would kill for eternal life. Harry felt the wrongness again, that pulsing darkness he'd sensed from Quirrell during the feast. It was stronger now, focused, reaching toward the third-floor corridor with terrible intent. Harry realized. He wants the stone. Yes. The castle's voice was grim. But there is more. Something else moves in my depths. Something older. The stone is a prize, but it is not the only prize. The dream shifted. Harry found himself sinking through stone and soil, plunging into darkness absolute. Far below, something stirred, something vast and patient and utterly wrong. "The founders knew," the castle said. "They built me to contain it. But the seal weakens. Your coming has awakened echoes that should have stayed silent." "What is it?" But the castle pulled him back before he could see, wrenching him upward through layers of rock and magic. When he broke the surface of consciousness, he was gasping, his sheets soaked with sweat. The dormitory was dark. The other boys slept on, oblivious. But Harry knew, with the certainty the bond provided, that something had changed tonight. Two threats. Two dangers. The immediate, Quirrell, the stone, Voldemort's shade, and the ancient, whatever slept in the depths, whatever the founders had sealed away 1,000 years ago. "I need to know," Harry thought. "I need to understand." The castle's response was warm and steady, a mother's hand on a frightened child's shoulder. "You will," she promised. "In time, you will know everything. But for now, rest. You are safe within my walls. Nothing will harm you while I stand." Harry lay back on his pillow and stared at the canopy above his bed. The castle wrapped around him, humming a lullaby in frequencies that no human ear could hear. He should have been terrified. He should have been overwhelmed by the weight of secrets and dangers and responsibilities he'd never asked for. But all he felt was peace. He was home. He was bound. Whatever came next, he would face it with the castle at his side. Harry Potter closed his eyes and slept, and the ancient stones of Hogwarts kept watch through the long, dark night. The first month passed in a blur of lessons and discoveries. Harry learned to navigate the castle not by memorizing routes but by feeling them, the subtle currents of magic that flowed through corridors, the warm spots where sunlight pooled, the cold patches where something old and sad had left its mark. He learned to ask the castle for help and to recognize when she offered it unbidden. A door that wouldn't open for others swung wide at his touch. Staircases that moved for everyone else stayed stable beneath his feet. When Peeves the poltergeist tried to dump a bucket of water on his head, the bucket somehow found itself turned upside down, drenching the poltergeist instead. "That's not natural," Peeves had muttered, floating away with uncharacteristic nervousness. "That's not proper wizard magic at all." He was right. It wasn't wizard magic. It was something older, deeper, the magic of the castle herself, wielded on Harry's behalf. The other students noticed. Of course they did. Whispers followed Harry through the corridors, adding to the ones that already trailed him like shadows. The boy who lived. The one who could make Hogwarts do things. Some were afraid. Some were fascinated. Most fell somewhere in between, watching Harry with the wary interest of prey animals encountering a predator they couldn't quite categorize. Only Ron, Hermione, and Neville seemed immune. Ron, because he simply didn't care. "So the castle likes you," he'd said with a shrug. "Fred and George can make the corridors rearrange themselves too, if they try hard enough. Mostly by accident. Mostly explosively. Hermione, because she was too busy trying to understand. She'd filled 3 notebooks with observations and theories, and showed no signs of slowing down. And Neville, because the castle liked him too. Harry saw it in the way plants flourished wherever Neville walked, the way the herbology greenhouses seemed to brighten when he entered. The castle didn't speak to Neville, not the way she spoke to Harry, but she noticed him. Approved of him. Protected him in small, subtle ways. "I think it's because of your magic," Harry told him one evening in the common room. "It's green. That's the only way I can describe it. It feels like growing things." Neville had gone red, but he'd smiled too. "My gran says I got it from my mum. She was amazing with plants. Before." He trailed off, and Harry felt the castle's memories surge, 2 Aurors, Frank and Alice Longbottom, screaming under the Cruciatus curse until their minds shattered. Neville's grandmother, stern and grieving, raising the boy they'd left behind. "The castle remembers them," Harry said quietly. "Your parents. She says they were brave." Neville's eyes glistened. "Really? Really? She shows me sometimes. Your mum, in the greenhouses, making flowers bloom in winter. Your dad, in the dueling club, teaching younger students how to defend themselves. They were good people, Neville." The boy who'd arrived at Hogwarts shrinking into himself, convinced he was barely better than a squib, sat up a little straighter. The castle hummed approval. October arrived with a chill that crept through stone corridors despite the roaring fires. Harry felt the season change as a shift in the castle's mood, a deepening, a turning inward, the ancient stones preparing for winter's siege. And with October came Halloween. Harry hadn't known what to expect. The Dursleys had never celebrated Halloween, or if they had, Harry hadn't been invited. But Hogwarts threw itself into the holiday with abandon. Giant pumpkins sprouted in the entrance hall, carved with faces that actually moved. Bats fluttered through corridors in decorative formations. The ghosts organized parades, floating through walls in elaborate choreographed sequences. But beneath the festivity, Harry felt something else. A weight. A sadness. The castle was remembering. 10 years ago, she whispered. 10 years ago tonight. James and Lily Potter had died on Halloween. Harry's first memory, green light, a woman's scream, had been born on this night. He went through his classes in a daze, feeling the castle's grief mixing with his own. She showed him fragments, his parents at their last Halloween, carving pumpkins by hand because Lily loved Muggle traditions. His father, making silly faces to make baby Harry laugh. His mother, holding him close, singing softly as the night drew in. They hadn't known. Couldn't have known. But the castle had felt it when they died, a ripple in the magic, a severing of bonds that had stretched back to their student days. She'd mourned them then. She mourned them still. "Thank you," Harry thought. "For remembering them." "I remember all my children," the castle replied. "The living and the dead. You will never be forgotten, Harry Potter. Not while I stand." The Halloween feast was magnificent, but Harry barely tasted the food. He was too aware of the castle's divided attention, part watching the celebration, part focused on something in the dungeons. Something wrong. Harry? Hermione's voice cut through his fog. Are you all right? You've been staring at your plate for 10 minutes. Something's happening. Harry stood, his chair scraping back. In the dungeons. The doors to the great hall burst open. Professor Quirrell staggered in, his turban askew, his face pale with terror. Troll, he screamed. Troll in the dungeons. Thought you ought to know. He collapsed in a dead faint. Pandemonium erupted. Students screamed. Teachers shouted orders. But Harry stood frozen, feeling the castle's awareness sharpen. The troll is not in the dungeons, she said urgently. It's moving. Toward Hermione. Harry grabbed Ron's arm. Where's Hermione? Ron's face went white. She wasn't at dinner. She's been in the bathroom all afternoon. Lavender said she was crying, something about Charm's class, she doesn't know. Harry was already moving, pushing through the panicked crowd. She doesn't know about the troll. The castle was in his mind, showing him the troll's path, a massive, stupid creature, following some instinct that was pulling it toward the bathrooms on the second floor. Toward Hermione. Help me, Harry thought. I need to get there fast. The castle responded instantly. A door that shouldn't have existed appeared in the wall beside him. Harry pulled it open and plunged through, emerging in a corridor he'd never seen but instantly recognized, a shortcut, ancient and unused, leading directly to the second floor. Ron stumbled through behind him. Bloody hell, where did that come from? The castle showed me. Come on. They ran. The corridor twisted and turned, depositing them at a junction just as the troll rounded the corner. It was 12 feet tall, gray and lumpy, with a small stupid head and massive club that it dragged along the floor. The smell hit them first, a mixture of old socks and public toilets, and then the creature itself was upon them, blocking the path to the bathroom door. Hermione's in there, Harry breathed. We have to, the troll turned. Its tiny eyes fixed on them with dawning, primitive hunger. Oh, Ron whispered. Oh no. Help me, Harry thought desperately. Please. The castle's response was immediate. The floor beneath the troll's feet shifted, not much, just enough to throw the creature off balance. The walls on either side narrowed, creating a bottleneck that trapped the massive body. The troll roared, flailing its club. Stone chips flew. Harry felt each impact as pain, his bond with the castle transmitting her damage like wounds to his own body. Ron, get Hermione. I'll hold it. How are you going to, just go? Ron ran. Harry raised his wand, knowing it was pathetic, knowing an 11-year-old couldn't possibly fight a mountain troll, but he wasn't just an 11-year-old. He was bonded to 1,000 years of magic. And the castle was angry. You hurt my student, she seemed to roar. You dared enter my halls and threaten my children. The ceiling groaned. Stones shifted. And the troll, finally realizing that something was wrong, looked up just as a massive block of masonry dropped directly onto its head. The creature crumpled. Harry's knees gave out. The pain was overwhelming, the castle's damage, channeled through their bond, felt like someone had taken a sledgehammer to his skull. But the troll was down, unconscious or dead, and Ron was helping Hermione through the bathroom door, and, what is going on here? Professor McGonagall stood at the end of the corridor, her face white with shock. Behind her, Snape and Quirrell were surveying the scene, the unconscious troll, the damaged corridor, and Harry Potter kneeling in the rubble. Miss Granger, McGonagall said, her voice tight. Explain yourself. Harry opened his mouth to answer, but Hermione beat him to it. It was my fault, Professor. Her voice was steady, though her face was still tear-streaked. I went looking for the troll. I'd read about them and thought I could deal with it on my own. Harry and Ron came to find me. If they hadn't, if Harry hadn't, she couldn't finish. McGonagall's eyes moved from Hermione to the troll to the damaged walls, and finally to Harry. "Mr. Potter. Did you do this?" "The castle helped," Harry said. The pain was fading now, the castle already beginning to repair herself. She didn't like the troll. McGonagall's expression was unreadable. Snape looked like he'd swallowed something sour. And Quirrell, Harry met the professor's eyes and felt it again. That wrongness. That pulsing darkness, watching him with terrible intensity. "He let the troll in," the castle whispered. "He did this. Be careful, Harry. Be very careful. 5 points will be taken from Gryffindor for this piece of sheer foolishness," McGonagall said finally. "However, 5 points will also be awarded to Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley for sheer dumb luck. Not many first years could take on a mountain troll and live to tell the tale. Now, return to your dormitory. The feast is finishing in the houses." They left. Harry felt Quirrell's eyes on his back all the way down the corridor. "We need to talk," he told the castle. "About Quirrell. About what's hiding behind his turban. About everything." "Yes," the castle agreed. "But not tonight. Tonight, be with your friends. Tonight, celebrate being alive." And Harry, following Ron and Hermione back to Gryffindor Tower, allowed himself to breathe. Later, in the common room, with the fire crackling and Hermione pressed between them on the squashy sofa, Ron raised an important question. "So what actually happened back there? The ceiling just fell on the troll's head. That's not normal, is it?" "No," Harry admitted. "The castle did it. She was protecting us." "The castle." Ron's expression was caught between disbelief and acceptance. "Right. Of course. Hogwarts just decided to drop a ceiling on a troll. Because you asked nicely." "I didn't ask." "Not really. She was just angry. That it was threatening her students." "Her students?" Hermione's voice was soft, wondering. "She thinks of us as her students. She thinks of us as her children." The word felt right, even as it hurt. "Every witch and wizard who's ever walked these halls. She remembers them all." Hermione and Ron exchanged looks. Something passed between them, some understanding that Harry was part of now, some decision being made. "Right," Ron said finally. "So. You're bonded to the castle. The castle is apparently overprotective. And there's a thing in the third-floor corridor that's worth enough to die for. And Professor Quirrell let the troll in as a distraction," Harry added. "What?" "The castle told me. He's after the stone. Whatever's behind that door, he wants it. And there's something else, too. Something dark. Hidden. Voldemort." Hermione breathed the name like a curse. "That's what my books say. The darkest wizard of our age. Everyone thinks he's dead, but he's not dead." Harry knew it with certainty that went beyond knowledge. "He's hiding. Waiting. And Quirrell is helping him." The fire crackled. Outside, wind howled against ancient windows. And 3 first-years sat in the Gryffindor common room, contemplating horrors they were far too young to understand. "So what do we do?" Ron asked finally. "We watch," Harry said. "We wait. We learn everything we can. And when Quirrell makes his move, we stop him," Hermione finished. "Together." Harry looked at them both, his first friends, his best friends, the people who'd stood with him against a troll and would stand with him against far worse. "We do it together." Ron grinned. Hermione nodded, her eyes fierce with determination. And in the walls around them, the castle hummed her approval, wrapping her children in warmth and protection as the night deepened around them. Harry lay awake that night, feeling the castle settle into her nightly rhythms. The students were asleep, their breathing patterns familiar as heartbeats. The ghosts drifted through corridors, keeping their endless vigil. The portraits dozed in their frames, occasionally muttering to each other. And deep below, in chambers sealed for centuries, something stirred in restless sleep. You did well today, the castle told him. The troll could have killed your friends. You saved them. You saved them, Harry corrected. I just asked for help. You asked. That is more than most would do. Most would run, or freeze, or try to fight alone. You trusted me. You trusted us. It was true. When the troll had blocked their path, Harry hadn't thought about it, he'd simply reached out to the castle, knowing she would answer. Knowing they were partners in this strange new existence. What happens now? He asked. Now you grow. You learn. You become what you were always meant to be. A pause, heavy with unspoken meaning. And I will be with you. Every step. Every breath. Until the day the stones crumble and the magic fades and we both become memory. That's a long time. I have already waited 1,000 years, the castle said. For you, Harry Potter, I would wait 1,000 more. It should have been frightening. The weight of that devotion, the intensity of a bond forged in ancient magic and sealed in blood and stone. But all Harry felt was warmth. All he felt was home. I'm glad you chose me, he thought. I'm glad you came, she replied. And as sleep finally claimed him, Harry Potter smiled. Because whatever came next, the stone, Quirrell, the darkness in the depths, he would face it with the greatest magical fortress in the world at his back. He was the castle's heart. And she was his. Together, they would be unstoppable. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, The Price of Seeing November arrived with teeth. The wind howled down from the mountains, carrying the first promise of snow. Students huddled closer to common room fires, layering robes over jumpers over vests. Even the ghosts seemed to drift more slowly, as if the cold could touch them too. Harry felt none of it. The castle wrapped around him like a second skin, warming the air he breathed, heating the stones beneath his feet. When frost crept across windows, he felt it as a gentle pressure, annoying, but easily dismissed. When other students shivered in drafty corridors, Harry walked in a pocket of perpetual comfort. It was useful. It was also deeply, profoundly isolating. You're doing it again, Ron said one morning at breakfast, waving a hand in front of Harry's face. That thing where you stare at nothing and look like you're listening to something nobody else can hear. Harry blinked, pulling his attention back to the Great Hall. Sorry. The castle was showing me something. What? There's a leak in the fourth-floor corridor. Water's getting into the walls from a cracked window. She's worried about the tapestry of Wendelin the Weird, it's irreplaceable, apparently. Ron stared at him. You know about a leak. In a specific corridor. Because the castle is worried about a tapestry. She remembers when it was woven. A student made it in 1547. As a gift. Right. Ron returned to his porridge with the expression of someone who decided not to think too hard about things beyond his control. Perfectly normal. Absolutely standard Hogwarts experience. Hermione, sitting across from them, looked up from her book with considerably more interest. Can you feel everything that happens in the castle? Every event, no matter how small. Not everything. It's more like. Harry struggled to find words for something that existed beyond language. Like peripheral vision. I'm aware of it, but I have to focus to really see. The castle decides what's important enough to bring to my attention. So she filters information for you. Hermione's quill was already scratching notes. That implies a level of judgment, of prioritization. She's not just a passive repository of sensory data, she's actively interpreting and curating. She's alive, Harry said simply. Not like a person, but not like a thing either. She thinks. She feels. She has opinions. What are her opinions about? Harry considered the question. The castle's presence shifted in his mind, curious about his answer. Students, he said finally. She loves the students. All of them, even the ones who break rules or damage her walls. She's been watching children grow up for 1,000 years. It's what she's for. What she was made for. And what does she think about you? The castle's response was immediate, a flood of warmth and protectiveness that made Harry's chest ache. She thinks I'm hers, he said quietly. And she's mine. Hermione's expression softened. Ron looked uncomfortable, the way he always did when emotions threatened to become too real. So, Ron said, deliberately changing the subject, are you going to tell McGonagall about the leak, or? Harry smiled, grateful for the deflection. Already done. One of the suits of armor on the 3rd floor is walking toward the staff room right now. She'll pass on the message. The suits of armor can walk. When the castle asks them to. Ron shook his head and reached for more toast. I'm never going to get used to this. The morning post brought owls in a thundering cascade of wings. Harry rarely received mail. Hedwig brought him the occasional note from Hagrid, inviting him for tea, but the Dursleys had certainly never written, so he was surprised when a large barn owl dropped an envelope directly onto his scrambled eggs. The handwriting was unfamiliar. The seal on the back was the Ministry of Magic's official crest. What's that? Ron leaned over, curious. Harry broke the seal and scanned the letter, his stomach sinking with every line. Dear Mr. Potter, it has come to the Ministry's attention that certain unusual magical phenomena have been reported at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, potentially connected to your person. As the Department of Magical Law Enforcement is responsible for investigating all irregular magical activity. They want to interview me, Harry said flatly. About my connection to the Hogwarts ward system. Hermione snatched the letter from his hands, her eyes moving rapidly across the text. They can't do that. You're a minor. They'd need guardian permission, and your guardians are muggles who can't even receive magical correspondence. They're claiming it's a matter of public safety. Harry felt the castle's attention sharpen, her protective instincts rising. Apparently someone reported the troll incident. The fact that the ceiling just happened to collapse at the perfect moment. That's not fair, Ron said hotly. You saved Hermione. You should be getting a medal, not an investigation. The Ministry doesn't like things it can't control. Neville's quiet voice startled them all. He'd been sitting a few seats down, apparently listening. My Gran says they've been nervous about Hogwarts for years. The castle doesn't answer to them. Never has. Having a student who can actually communicate with it makes me a threat, Harry finished. The castle's response was a low rumble of indignation that made the breakfast dishes rattle. Several students looked around nervously, but the tremor passed as quickly as it had come. They will not take you, the castle said firmly. You are mine. They cannot have you. I don't think they want to take me, Harry replied silently. They just want to understand. To make sure I'm not dangerous. You are dangerous. The castle's honesty was matter-of-fact. You could collapse corridors, seal doors, trap anyone within my walls. You could turn me into a weapon. They are right to be afraid. But I wouldn't do those things. I know that. You know that. But they do not know you as I do. They see only power, and power frightens them. Harry folded the letter and tucked it into his robes. I'll deal with it, he told his friends. The headmaster will probably have to be involved anyway. You should talk to him first, Hermione advised. Before the Ministry arrives. Make sure he's on your side. Is he on my side? Harry asked, and the question was genuine. The castle showed him fragments of Dumbledore, decades of service, genuine love for the school, but also secrets. Plans. Manipulations that stretched back further than Harry could trace. The castle couldn't answer that question. She didn't know. None of them did. The summons to the headmaster's office came that afternoon. Harry climbed the spiral staircase alone, feeling the castle guide him, unnecessary, since the gargoyle had leaped aside at his approach, but comforting nonetheless. The moving staircase deposited him before a polished oak door, which swung open without his knock. Harry. Dumbledore's voice was warm, welcoming. Please, come in. Lemon drop. The office was a wonder of magical engineering, spinning silver instruments, ancient books, and a magnificent scarlet bird perched on a golden stand. The castle named it for him, Fawkes, a phoenix, Dumbledore's familiar since 1945. No thank you, sir. Harry sat in the chair indicated, his eyes meeting the headmaster's across the cluttered desk. I assume you've received the ministry's letter. Yes, sir. Dumbledore sighed, the twinkle in his eyes dimming slightly. I had hoped to delay this longer. The ministry has been eager to understand your unique situation. What do they want? Officially? A simple interview. Verification that you pose no danger to other students. Dumbledore steepled his fingers. Unofficially, I suspect certain parties wish to assess whether your abilities could be useful to them. You mean they want to use me? You are remarkably direct for an 11-year-old. The castle doesn't lie to me. I've learned to appreciate honesty. Something flickered across Dumbledore's face, surprise, perhaps, or reassessment. What has the castle told you about me, I wonder? Harry considered the question carefully. The castle was present in his mind, offering memories but no guidance. This choice was his. She respects you, he said finally. You've served her well. Protected her students. Made decisions that cost you more than anyone knows. He paused. But she doesn't entirely trust you. There are things you've done, things you're planning, that she can't see clearly. And that worries her. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was heavier than before. The castle is wise to be cautious. I have made many choices in my long life, Harry. Not all of them were good. Some I regret deeply. Others. He spread his hands. Others I would make again, even knowing the cost. What choices? That is a conversation for another time. For now, we must deal with the ministry. Dumbledore leaned forward. I will be present during any interview. The castle grants me certain authorities as headmaster, and I will exercise them to protect you. But Harry, I must ask, what do you intend to tell them? The truth. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. All of it? Enough of it. They want to know if I'm dangerous. I'll tell them that I could be, if I chose to be, but that I don't choose that. The castle isn't a weapon unless someone threatens her students. Neither am I. And if they ask about the troll? About how a ceiling managed to collapse at exactly the right moment? Harry met the old man's eyes steadily. I'll tell them that Hogwarts protects her own. That she always has. That she always will. They can interpret that however they like. For the first time, Dumbledore smiled, a genuine smile, warm and slightly sad. You are very much like your mother, he said softly. She had that same way of telling the truth in a manner that revealed nothing. It was quite infuriating, actually. You knew her. I did. But that, too, is a story for another day. Dumbledore rose, signaling the end of the meeting. The ministry delegation arrives tomorrow. Get some rest, Harry. And remember, you are not alone in this. The castle stands with you. And so, for whatever it's worth, do I. Harry nodded and turned to leave. But at the door, he paused. Professor? What's in the third-floor corridor? Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but something in the air shifted. I see the castle has been sharing secrets. She shows me what she thinks I need to know. And what do you think you need to know? Harry considered lying, deflecting, playing the innocent child. But the castle whispered encouragement, and something in him chose honesty instead. I think someone's trying to steal whatever's down there. I think Professor Quirrell is involved. And I think. He hesitated. I think there's something more. Something older. Something the castle is afraid to show me. Dumbledore was very still. When he spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper. You feel it. The thing in the depths. I feel her trying not to feel it. She's protecting me from something. Something big. Yes. Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly. Harry, there are secrets within Hogwarts that even I don't fully understand. The founders built this castle to contain something they couldn't defeat, only imprison. For 1,000 years, the wards have held. But your bonding with the castle has awakened echoes. Stirred things that should have stayed silent. What kind of things? I don't know. The admission seemed to cost the old man something. I only know that the protections in the third-floor corridor are not the only defenses Hogwarts possesses. There are deeper wards. Older seals. And they are weakening. Harry felt cold despite the castle's warmth. Is that my fault? Fault implies intention. Responsibility, perhaps. But not fault. Dumbledore's hand came to rest briefly on Harry's shoulder. You didn't ask for this bond, Harry. But you have it now. And with it comes a burden no child should have to bear. What do I do? For now. Learn. Grow. Trust the castle, she has protected students for far longer than I've been alive. And when the time comes. Dumbledore's eyes were ancient, tired, but fierce with something that might have been hope. When the time comes, I believe you'll know what to do. Harry left the office with more questions than answers, the castle humming uncertainty in his mind. But one thing was clear, whatever was coming, it was bigger than Voldemort. Bigger than the stone. Bigger than anything an 11-year-old should have to face. And it was already beginning. The ministry delegation arrived the next morning in a flurry of pompous robes and official seals. There were 3 of them, Cornelius Fudge, the minister for magic himself, looking nervous and out of his depth, a severe witch named Amelia Bones, whose grey eyes seemed to see everything, and a squat woman in a pink cardigan who made the castle's walls shiver with instinctive revulsion. Dolores Umbridge. The castle didn't just dislike her, she hated her, with an intensity that startled Harry. Why? He asked as the delegation was escorted to Dumbledore's office. The castle showed him fragments, Umbridge as a young ministry employee, proposing legislation against werewolves. Umbridge drafting regulations that classified centaurs as beasts rather than beings. Umbridge smiling, always smiling, while signing documents that destroyed lives. She hurts my children, the castle said, and her voice was stone grinding against stone. Not the ones inside my walls, but the ones the world has cast out. The ones who have nowhere else to go. She makes them suffer, and she enjoys it. Harry felt the hatred resonate through the bond, hot and righteous. For a moment, he shared it, saw Umbridge not as a threat to himself, but as an enemy of everything the castle stood for. Then he breathed deeply, pulling back from the bond's intensity. I need to be calm, he told the castle. If I go in there angry, they win. The castle's rage banked to a slow simmer. You are right. But be careful, little one. She is dangerous in ways the others are not. She will smile while she destroys you. I know. I've met her type before. He thought of Aunt Petunia, whose sweet voice and concerned expressions masked a cruelty that cut deeper than any blow. He thought of Vernon, whose jovial public persona disguised the monster who'd locked a child in a cupboard for 10 years. Harry knew how to deal with people who wore masks. You didn't fight them, you made the mask crack. The interview was held in a small chamber off the Great Hall, neutral ground selected by Dumbledore. Harry sat in a straight-backed chair, the three ministry officials arrayed before him like judges at a trial. Dumbledore stood by the window, his presence a silent reminder that Harry was not without allies. "Mr. Potter." Amelia Bones spoke first, her tone neutral but not unkind. "Thank you for agreeing to meet with us. Did I have a choice?" Bones' lips twitched. "Technically. Yes. Practically. Not as much as I'd like." Harry appreciated her honesty. The castle whispered approval, this one could be trusted, at least provisionally. "Let's begin with the basics," Bones continued. "We've received reports of unusual magical activity at Hogwarts since the start of term. Specifically, activity that seems to center around you. Can you explain what's happening?" "I'm bonded with the castle." Fudge's teacup rattled against its saucer. "Bonded? What do you mean, bonded?" "The castle's ward system recognized something in me. When I arrived at Hogwarts, it connected with me. Made me part of itself." "That's impossible," Umbridge said, her voice sweet as poisoned sugar. "Ward systems are magical constructs. They cannot recognize or connect with anything. They simply function according to their original parameters. Hogwarts isn't a simple ward system." Harry met her eyes directly, refusing to flinch from her saccharine gaze. "She was created by the founders themselves. 1,000 years of accumulated magic. She thinks. She feels. She chooses. She." Umbridge's smile widened. "You refer to the castle as if it were a person. She's not a person. But she's not a thing either. She's something in between. How convenient. And this connection allows you to do what, exactly?" Harry felt the castle's anger rising again, pressing against his control. He kept his voice steady. "I can sense what happens within the castle. I can ask for her help, and sometimes she gives it. When the troll attacked on Halloween, she collapsed a ceiling to protect my friends. She didn't ask my permission. She just acted. She collapsed a ceiling." Umbridge made a note with a pink quill. "Unprompted. Without any kind of authorization or oversight. She protected her students. That's what she's for. And if she decides to protect her students from a ministry inspection? If she collapses a ceiling on, say, this room?" The castle's rage spiked. Harry felt the stones tremble, just slightly, just enough to rattle the teacups and make Fudge squeak with alarm. "She won't," Harry said, though his hands were clenched beneath the table. "Unless someone gives her a reason to." "Is that a threat, Mr. Potter?" "It's a fact, Madam Umbridge. The castle has watched generations of students come and go. She knows how to tell the difference between a threat and an annoyance." Harry paused, letting the words land. "Right now, you're only being annoying." Bones made a sound that might have been a smothered laugh. Umbridge's smile didn't waver, but her eyes went cold and flat. "Albus." Fudge turned to Dumbledore, desperation in his voice. "Surely you can see the danger here. A child with this kind of power is still a child," Dumbledore said calmly. "A child who saved 3 lives on Halloween night, I might add. The troll could have killed Miss Granger and the Weasley boy. It would certainly have caused considerable damage if it had reached the Great Hall. Harry's intervention, and the castle's, prevented a tragedy. But the precedent was set 1,000 years ago, Cornelius." Dumbledore's voice hardened slightly. "The founders built Hogwarts to protect its students. They gave the castle the ability to act in defense of those students. Harry hasn't created anything new. He's simply become the focus for something that has always existed." "And what happens when he graduates?" Umbridge asked. "Does this bond persist? Does he carry the castle's power with him into the wider world?" It was a good question. Harry didn't know the answer. Neither did the castle. He felt her uncertainty, her worry about the future they'd never discussed. "I don't know," he admitted. No one does. This has only happened twice before, and the records from those times are incomplete. Twice before. Bones leaned forward, interested. When? The castle doesn't show me clearly. The memories are old, fragmented. But there were others. Before me. And what happened to them? Harry hesitated. The castle was showing him shadows, fire and darkness, a woman's scream that might have been joy or might have been madness. But nothing clear. Nothing he could explain. I don't know, he said again. I'm still learning. Still figuring out what this bond means. Bones nodded slowly, her expression thoughtful. Mr. Potter, I'm going to ask you something directly, and I'd appreciate an honest answer. Do you believe you pose a danger to the other students at Hogwarts? Harry considered the question seriously. The castle waited, curious about his response. I could be dangerous, he said finally. If I wanted to be. If someone threatened the people I care about. But I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want to learn magic and have friends and maybe, someday, figure out why my parents had to die. His voice cracked slightly on the last words, but he pressed on. The castle feels the same way. She's not a weapon. She's a home. She just wants to keep her students safe. Silence stretched through the chamber. Even Umbridge seemed momentarily without a response. Then Fudge cleared his throat. Well. That seems fairly comprehensive. I think perhaps we've taken enough of Mr. Potter's time. One more question. Umbridge's voice cut through the minister's attempt at retreat. Mr. Potter, you mentioned that the castle showed you things. Memories. Information about people within these walls. Her smile was sharper now, sensing weakness. Tell me, what does the castle know about me? The trap was obvious. If Harry revealed what the castle had shown him, Umbridge's cruelties, her legislative attacks on magical creatures, her smiling enjoyment of suffering, it would prove that his bond could be used for surveillance. For spying. It would give the ministry every excuse they needed to intervene. But lies had never served Harry well. And the castle was pressing against his mind, wanting him to speak, wanting him to expose this woman who had hurt so many. No, Harry told her firmly. Not like this. Not when she wants us to. The castle subsided, reluctantly accepting his decision. The castle knows many things, Harry said carefully. But she doesn't share everything with me. She has her own judgment about what I need to know and what I don't. And right now, she's telling me that this interview is over. As if on cue, the door swung open, without anyone touching it. The message was clear. Umbridge's eyes narrowed, but Bones was already rising. I think Mr. Potter has been more than cooperative, she said. We have what we came for. Cornelius, Dolores, let's not overstay our welcome. They left. Harry watched them go, feeling the castle track their progress through the corridors, out the front doors, to the edge of the grounds where they could apparate. Only when they were gone did he let himself breathe. That was well handled, Dumbledore said quietly. You showed remarkable restraint. The castle wanted me to tell them about Umbridge. What she's done. I know. I felt it, a tremor of rage that wasn't quite suppressed. Dumbledore's eyes were sympathetic. The castle has old grudges, Harry. Justified ones, in many cases. But acting on them isn't always wise. I know. Harry stood, suddenly exhausted. Professor. Umbridge is going to keep coming, isn't she? This isn't over. No, Dumbledore agreed. It isn't. But you've bought yourself time. Use it wisely. Harry nodded and left, the castle wrapping around him like a blanket as he walked. Time. He had time. But for what? The answer came 2 days later, in the form of a vision that pulled Harry from sleep with the force of a physical blow. He was in the third-floor corridor, standing before the forbidden door. But this time, the castle wasn't guiding him, she was trying to pull him away, her presence frantic with warning. "Don't look," she begged. "Please, little one, don't look," but Harry was already through the door. The three-headed dog was sleeping, its massive forms rising and falling with each snoring breath. A harp played in the corner, its music enchanted to maintain the beast's slumber. And beside the dog, a trapdoor stood open. Harry moved without willing it, his dream self drawn toward that dark opening. He descended, through Devil's Snare that parted at his passage, past flying keys that circled but didn't attack, across a chessboard frozen mid-game, through a chamber that smelled of troll, past a table of potion bottles, and then he was somewhere else. A circular room, mirrors on every wall. In the center stood a massive mirror, its frame ornate and ancient. And in front of the mirror, two figures. Quirrell, his turban unwrapped, revealing the back of his head. And the face that grew there. "Harry Potter," the face whispered. "I see you. Even now, hiding in the stones, I see you." The voice was cold. Ancient. Wrong in a way that made the castle scream defiance. "You cannot hide from me, boy. You cannot hide what you are. The castle thinks it can protect you, but the castle is weak. The castle is bound. And you," the face smiled, and it was the most terrible thing Harry had ever seen. "You are the key. The castle's heart, walking in flesh. If I claim you, I claim her. 1,000 years of power, waiting to be harvested. You won't touch him." The castle's voice rang through the vision, stone and iron and ancient fury. "You are not welcome here. You were cast out. You will be cast out again." "Cast out?" The face laughed, a sound like breaking glass. "Little castle, I chose to leave. I had what I came for, a piece of myself, hidden in your precious wards. And now I've returned to reclaim what's mine. You will fail. He is stronger than you know. He is 11 years old. He is afraid and alone and desperate to belong. I know his kind, castle. I was his kind, once." The face's eyes found Harry's, red and burning. "We will meet soon, Harry Potter. In the flesh, not in dreams. And when we do, you will learn what it means to carry power you cannot control." The vision shattered. Harry woke gasping, his scar burning with white-hot pain. "Harry?" Ron's voice, bleary with sleep. "Harry, what's wrong?" "Nothing." The lie came automatically. "Bad dream." But it wasn't a dream. It was a message. Voldemort knew. About the bond. About the castle. About everything. And he was coming. Harry didn't tell anyone about the vision. Not Ron, not Hermione, not even Dumbledore. The castle urged him toward silence, and for once, Harry agreed. Voldemort wanted him afraid. Wanted him to run to authorities, to prove his dependence on others. If Harry kept quiet, kept calm, kept preparing for what? He asked himself, staring at the ceiling of his four-poster bed while the castle hummed concern around him. He didn't know. But the castle did. "Let me show you," she whispered. "Let me show you what you can really do." The lessons began that night. Harry slipped out of Gryffindor Tower after midnight, the portrait hole swinging open at his approach. The castle guided him through corridors that rearranged themselves as he walked, leading him deeper into her heart than he'd ever been. They descended past the dungeons, past the kitchens, past chambers that hadn't been opened in centuries. The air grew warmer as they went, not the cold of underground, but the warmth of magic, of power concentrated and contained. Finally, they reached a door. Massive, iron-bound, covered in runes that glowed faintly in the darkness. "Through here," the castle said. "Through here is where you learn." The door swung open. The chamber beyond was vast, a cathedral of stone and starlight, its ceiling lost in shadows far above. In its center stood a platform of polished granite, and on that platform, for statues, a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake. The Founder's Chamber. The heart of Hogwarts' ward system. Stand in the center, the castle instructed. And open yourself to me. Harry walked forward, his footsteps echoing in the vast space. He climbed onto the platform, feeling the statue's eyes following him, not carved eyes, but magical ones, ancient intelligences watching and judging. He closed his eyes. He opened his mind. And the castle flooded in. She showed him everything. The ward network, spread throughout the castle like veins through a body. The defensive spells, layered and interlocked, each one designed to counter specific threats. The detection charms, the protective enchantments, the ancient magics that predated modern wizardry by centuries. She showed him how to access the wards, how to strengthen them, how to direct their power. She showed him the suits of armor that could walk, the portraits that could spy, the gargoyles that could fight. She showed him corridors that could seal, stairs that could collapse, walls that could crush. This is what you are, she told him. This is what we are. Together. It was overwhelming. It was intoxicating. For one glorious moment, Harry felt infinite, felt like he could reach out and touch every corner of the castle, could reshape the world to his will, and then the vision faded, and he was just a boy again, standing in an ancient chamber, his nose bleeding and his head pounding. Too much, the castle said, her voice heavy with regret. Too fast. I'm sorry. You're not ready yet. How long? Harry wiped blood from his lip with a shaking hand. How long until I am ready? I don't know. Weeks. Months. Maybe years. The castle's presence wrapped around him, warm and apologetic. The Founders spent decades learning what I've tried to show you in moments. You need time to grow. Time to strengthen. I don't have time. He's coming. He is not here yet. And when he comes, I will protect you. The castle's voice hardened. He thinks he can claim you. Claim me. He is wrong. I have stood against Dark Lords before. I will stand against this one. Harry wanted to believe her. Wanted to trust in 1,000 years of accumulated power. But he'd seen Voldemort's eyes. Felt his hunger. This wasn't a man who accepted failure. He would keep coming. Keep pushing. Keep searching for weakness. And Harry wasn't sure how long the walls would hold. November crept toward December. The castle dressed herself for Christmas, holly and mistletoe appearing overnight, trees sprouting in the great hall like a forest of lights. Harry watched his fellow students lose themselves in holiday excitement, and tried to feel the joy that seemed to come so easily to everyone else. It was hard. The castle's lessons continued, night after night, each session pushing him a little further. He learned to feel the wards more clearly, to direct small amounts of power with precision. He could make doors lock and unlock, make fires flare or dim, make the suits of armor take a single step. But it wasn't enough. It would never be enough, not against what was coming. You are too hard on yourself, the castle told him one night as he slumped against a corridor wall, exhausted from practice. You have learned in weeks what should take years. Be patient. Patience won't stop Voldemort. Perhaps not. But rushing will only burn you out. You are no use to me, no use to anyone, if you destroy yourself trying to be stronger. Harry knew she was right. But knowing and feeling were different things. Harry. He looked up. Hermione was standing at the end of the corridor, her wand lit, her expression concerned. The castle told me where to find you, she said, coming closer. She's worried about you. She shouldn't have. She's not the only one. Hermione sat down beside him, close enough that their shoulders touched. Ron and I have noticed. You've been disappearing at night. Coming to breakfast exhausted. You're pushing yourself too hard. I have to. Why? Harry hesitated. The castle whispered permission. Hermione could be trusted, had proven herself 100 times over. But the words stuck in his throat. There's something coming, he said finally. Something bad. I need to be ready. The thing in the third-floor corridor. That's part of it. But there's more. Something deeper. He closed his eyes, feeling the castle's steady presence. Hermione, what do you know about Voldemort? She flinched at the name but didn't look away. He was a dark wizard. The darkest in centuries. He killed thousands of people, including your parents. Harry Potter survived his curse, and Voldemort disappeared. He didn't disappear. He's still alive. Sort of. Harry forced himself to continue. He's possessing Professor Quirrell. The castle showed me. There's a face on the back of Quirrell's head, Voldemort's face. He's trying to steal whatever's in the third-floor corridor. And he knows about me. About the bond. Hermione was silent for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was steady. What do you need? I don't know. I don't know what I need. Then let's figure it out together. She stood, offering him her hand. Come on. It's nearly dawn. We should get back before anyone notices we're gone. Harry took her hand and let her pull him up. Her grip was firm, certain, the grip of someone who'd made a decision and wouldn't be shaken from it. Hermione. Why aren't you afraid? She smiled, small and fierce. I am afraid. But you're my friend. And the castle is. What? Home. The word came out soft, almost wondering. I never fit in, before Hogwarts. I was too smart, too strange, too much. But here. She gestured at the ancient stones around them. Here, being too much is exactly right. The castle welcomes me. She wants me here. Harry felt the castle's warmth wrap around them both, a mother's embrace, fierce and unconditional. She loves you, he said. She loves all of us. I know. Hermione squeezed his hand. That's why we're going to protect her. All of us. Together. They walked back to Gryffindor Tower in the pre-dawn light, and for the first time in weeks, Harry felt something other than dread. Hope, maybe. Small and fragile, but real. Whatever was coming, he wouldn't face it alone. The week before Christmas brought unexpected clarity. Harry was in the library, researching ward theory, Hermione's idea. If the bond gave him instinctive access to the castle's magic, perhaps understanding the theory could help him use it more efficiently, when the castle's attention suddenly sharpened. Someone is looking for you, she said. In the western corridor. Who? Instead of answering, she showed him. Draco Malfoy stood alone in a window alcove, staring out at the snow-covered grounds. His expression was unguarded in a way Harry had never seen, not arrogant or sneering, but lost. Uncertain. Young. He needs to speak with you, the castle said. He has been working up to it for days. Why would Malfoy want to talk to me? Go and find out. Harry left the library, following the castle's guidance through shortcuts that deposited him in the western corridor in minutes. Draco was still there, still staring out the window, and when he heard Harry's approach, his mask slammed back into place, the sneer, the contempt, the arrogance that had defined their interactions since the first day. Potter. The name was a challenge. Malfoy. Harry kept his voice neutral. The castle said you wanted to talk. Draco's mask flickered. The castle told you. Of course it did. She tells me a lot of things. Harry moved to stand beside him, looking out at the same view, the frozen lake, the snow-laden trees, the distant smudge of the forbidden forest. What do you want? For a long moment, Draco didn't answer. When he did, his voice was different, lower, rougher, stripped of its usual polish. My father knows. About your connection to the castle. I assumed the whole wizarding world knew by now. They know something happened. They don't know what. Draco's hands clenched on the windowsill. My father has contacts at the ministry. He's heard things. Things that worry him. Good. Maybe he should be worried. You don't understand. Draco turned to face him, and his eyes were desperate in a way Harry had never seen. My father serves the Dark Lord. Served. Still serves, I don't know anymore. But Voldemort, he stopped, flinching at the name he'd spoken. Voldemort wants what you have, Draco finished. If he gets it, if he takes control of Hogwarts, my family would be right there with him. Right there in the middle of it. Harry studied the other boy, seeing past the mask to the fear beneath. The castle was showing him more, Draco's home life, the pressure to be perfect, the father who loved him but loved power more. The letters demanding results. The veiled threats when results didn't come. Why are you telling me this? Because I don't want to be on that side. The words came out in a rush, as if Draco had been holding them back for months. Everyone assumes I'm my father's son. That I'll follow his path, join the Dark Lord if he returns, become another. He gestured vaguely. Another monster. But I don't want that. I never wanted that. Then don't be that. It's not that simple. Nothing simple. Harry turned to face him fully. You think I chose any of this? The scar, the bond, the fact that the most dangerous wizard in history wants to use me as a weapon? I didn't choose it. But I have to deal with it anyway. How? How do you deal with it? Harry thought about the question seriously. The castle waited, curious about his answer. I find people I trust, he said finally. I let them help me. And I try to be the kind of person worth helping. That's too easy. It's the hardest thing I've ever done. Harry held Draco's gaze. You want to be different from your father? Then be different. Start making choices that are yours, not his. Find people who see you, not your name. It won't happen overnight. But it can happen. Draco was silent for a long moment. The castle showed Harry the war happening behind those grey eyes, years of conditioning battling against something new, something hopeful. I can't be your friend, Draco said finally. Not publicly. My father would. I'm not asking you to be my friend. I'm telling you that you have a choice. What you do with it is up to you. Harry turned to leave. But at the corner, he paused. Draco? The castle remembers your father. When he was young, before the Dark Lord. She says he was different then. She says he laughed more. He left before Draco could respond. But as he walked away, he felt the castle's approval warming his chest. That was well done, she said. I don't know if it'll change anything. Perhaps not. But seeds planted in winter can bloom in spring. You have given him something to think about. That is enough, for now. Harry hoped she was right. But hope was a fragile thing, and the winter was far from over. Christmas at Hogwarts was like nothing Harry had ever experienced. The Great Hall was transformed, 12 towering Christmas trees, each decorated with a different theme. The suits of armor had been enchanted to sing carols. The ghosts formed a choir that practiced in the dungeons, their ethereal harmonies echoing through the castle at odd hours. Most students went home for the holidays, but a handful remained. The Weasleys were visiting their older brother Charlie in Romania, so Ron stayed behind, a gift that Harry appreciated more than he could express. Hermione had chosen to stay as well, citing research that couldn't wait. Neville's grandmother had taken ill, and he'd elected to remain at Hogwarts rather than spend Christmas in St. Mungo's waiting room. 4 friends, an empty common room, and 2 weeks of freedom. Best Christmas ever, Ron declared on the morning of Christmas Eve, sprawled across the best armchair with a cup of cocoa. No Percy lecturing about newts. No Fred and George hexing my socks. Just peace and quiet. And research, Hermione added, looking up from yet another book on ward magic. Harry, I think I've found something. Look at this. Harry leaned over her shoulder, trying to parse the dense academic text. Something about sympathetic resonance and magical harmonics, concepts that felt right without him being able to explain why. The founders didn't just build a castle, Hermione said excitedly. They built a living spell. The whole structure is one enormous magical working, designed to grow and adapt and learn. That's why the castle can think. She's not a consciousness trapped in stone, she's a consciousness made of stone. The magic is her mind. Is that rare? It's unprecedented. Modern wizards can barely manage enchanted portraits that hold a shadow of someone's personality. The founders created a fully autonomous magical intelligence. And you're connected to it. Her eyes were shining with academic fervor. Harry, do you understand what that means? You're not just accessing the castle's senses or directing her defenses. You're merging with her. Sharing thoughts, memories, emotions. No one's ever done that before. Is that dangerous? Hermione hesitated. I don't know. There's no precedent to study. But. She bit her lip. The bond is changing you. I can see it. The way you space out, the way you seem to know things you shouldn't. You're becoming something new, Harry. Something that's never existed before. That's terrifying, Ron said matter-of-factly. Just so you know. Completely terrifying. Harry laughed, surprising himself. Yeah. It is. But terrifying or not, he couldn't imagine going back. The bond was part of him now, as essential as breathing. He could no more separate himself from the castle than he could separate his mind from his body. Whatever he was becoming it together with Hogwarts. And that, somehow, made it okay. Christmas morning brought presents. Harry stared at the pile at the foot of his bed, unable to process what he was seeing. Presents. For him. Wrapped in colorful paper, tagged with his name, given freely and without expectation. Well, go on, Ron urged, already tearing into his own pile. Open them. Harry reached for the nearest package with trembling hands. From Ron, a box of chocolate frogs and a heartfelt note about friendship. From Hermione, a book on advanced defensive magic. I know you can't do most of these spells yet, but I thought you'd want to understand the theory. From Neville, a small potted plant that hummed when Harry touched it. It's called a Mimbulus Mimbletonia. Gran says it's good luck. From Hagrid, a hand-carved wooden flute that played itself when Harry wasn't in the mood to practice. And one more package, wrapped in plain brown paper, with no tag. Harry opened it carefully. Inside was a cloak, silvery gray, flowing like water, lighter than air. What is that? Ron breathed. I've never seen fabric like that. Harry unfolded the cloak, and a note fell out. Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. No signature. But Harry knew who it was from. Put it on, Ron urged. See what it does. Harry swung the cloak around his shoulders. Ron's jaw dropped. Harry, your body, it's gone. Harry looked down. Ron was right. Below his neck, there was simply nothing. He could still feel his body, still sense the cloak's weight, but visually, he had vanished. An invisibility cloak, Hermione breathed, appearing in the doorway with a book already in hand. I've read about these. They're incredibly rare. Harry, who sent you that? I think it was Dumbledore. The castle confirmed it with a pulse of recognition. She'd seen this cloak before, wrapped around a young man with messy black hair, sneaking through her corridors on midnight adventures. But there was something else. A deeper recognition, tinged with fear. Old magic, the castle whispered. Older than me. Older than the founders. Be careful with that, little one. It does not belong to the same world I do. Harry folded the cloak carefully and set it aside. He would explore its mysteries later. For now, there were presents to open and friends to share them with. For now, there was joy. The darkness could wait. That night, Harry walked the castle's corridors beneath the invisibility cloak. The sensation was strange. The castle could still sense him, could still feel his presence through the bond, but she couldn't see him. The cloak existed outside her perception, in a layer of reality she couldn't touch. It bothers you, Harry observed. It concerns me, the castle admitted. There are things in this world older than I am. More powerful. The Deathly Hallows are 3 such things, and you now possess one of them. Deathly Hallows? The castle showed him a fragment of legend, 3 brothers, a river, a figure in a hooded cloak. Gifts given that were also curses. The Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, the Cloak of Invisibility. Your cloak was created by death itself, the castle said. Or so the stories claim. I do not know if such stories are true. But I know the cloak is ancient, and I know it is powerful, and I know that power always has a price. Harry considered this as he walked. The cloak whispered against his skin, comfortable and familiar, as if it had always belonged to him. What price? He asked. I do not know. Perhaps none. Perhaps more than you can afford to pay. The castle's presence wrapped around him, protective despite her inability to see him. Just, be careful. There are forces in this world that even I cannot protect you from. Harry nodded, though she couldn't see the gesture, and continued his exploration. He found the mirror of Eriste by accident, or perhaps not by accident. Perhaps the castle had guided him there despite her protests. It stood in an empty classroom, covered by a dust cloth that Harry removed with a whispered spell. The mirror was enormous, reaching nearly to the ceiling, its golden frame inscribed with words that read backward, Eriste stra eru oit ube kafru oit anwosi. Harry stood before the mirror and looked into its depths. His parents looked back at him. His mother, with her red hair and green eyes, his eyes. His father, tall and messy-haired, one arm around his wife's shoulders. They were smiling, waving, proud of the son they'd never gotten to raise. And behind them, more figures. Grandparents he'd never met. Ancestors stretching back generations. A family he'd been denied, gathered in the mirror's depths, welcoming him home. Harry sank to his knees before the mirror, tears streaming down his face. I miss you, he whispered. I miss you so much, and I never even knew you. The figures in the mirror couldn't hear him. They were reflections, nothing more, shadows of desire, the castle informed him gently, not true spirits or memories. But they smiled anyway, and waved, and looked at him with love that transcended death. Harry stayed before the mirror until dawn, drinking in the sight of a family he'd never have. The castle kept watch, silent and supportive, not intruding on his grief. When the sun finally rose, Harry covered the mirror and walked away. He didn't look back. Some things were too precious to look at twice. The new year brought new resolve. Harry threw himself into training with renewed determination. The castle's lessons became more frequent, more intense, she'd stopped holding back, sensing his need to be ready. He learned to feel the ward's boundaries, to sense where Hogwarts ended and the outside world began. He learned to direct the castle's awareness, focusing on specific areas like a spotlight rather than trying to absorb everything at once. He learned to call the suits of armor, to animate them with a thought and direct their movements. He learned to speak through the portraits, using their painted ears and mouths to communicate across vast distances. He learned to open and close doors, to light and extinguish torches, to make the very stones of Hogwarts respond to his will. And slowly, gradually, the headaches faded. The nosebleeds stopped. The bond that had once threatened to overwhelm him became as natural as breathing. You're getting stronger, Hermione observed one January evening, watching Harry light a row of torches with barely a thought. Can you feel it? The castle's helping. She's teaching me to filter, to focus. Before, everything came at once. Now I can choose what to see. That's incredible. She was taking notes again. She always took notes. Harry, I've been thinking about something. The thing in the third-floor corridor, the Philosopher's Stone. If Voldemort gets it, he can return to full power. But what if he doesn't need to steal it? What if there's another way? What do you mean? The vision you described. Voldemort said he'd hidden a piece of himself in the castle. What if that's enough? What if he can regenerate from that piece, given enough time? Harry felt cold despite the castle's warmth. You think he's already here? Already regenerating? I think we need to find out. The castle must know where he hid this piece of himself. Can you ask her? Harry reached out through the bond, posing the question. The castle's response was immediate, and disturbing. I have searched, she said. Since you told me of the vision. I have searched every room, every corridor, every secret place I possess. I cannot find it. How is that possible? You see everything within your walls. Not everything. The castle's tone was troubled. There are places even I cannot reach. The Chamber of Secrets, Salazar Slytherin built it to be hidden from the other founders, and he was clever enough to hide it from me as well. If the Dark Lord hid something there. Can you show me where it is? I cannot. I know only that it exists, somewhere beneath my foundations. Slytherin's final secret, hidden even from the castle itself. Harry relayed this to Hermione, watching her expression shift from curiosity to concern. The Chamber of Secrets, she murmured. I've read about it. Most people think it's a myth. But if it's real, and if Voldemort used it, then we have to find it. Harry, we're first years. We can't just go wandering around looking for legendary hidden chambers. We won't be wandering. I'll have the castle's help. Hermione bit her lip, clearly torn between academic excitement and practical caution. We should at least tell Professor Dumbledore. He needs to know about this. I will. But not yet. Not until we know more. Harry met her eyes. Hermione, if I'm right about this, if Voldemort really has hidden part of himself inside Hogwarts, Dumbledore might not be able to help. He's powerful, but the castle is more powerful. And I'm the only one who can fully access that power. That's not a good reason to keep secrets. No. But it's a reason to be careful about what we share and when. Hermione was silent for a long moment. Then she nodded slowly. All right. We'll investigate first. But Harry, if we find something, anything, you have to tell Dumbledore. Promise me. I promise. It was a promise he intended to keep. But as the castle settled around him, showing him glimpses of passages and chambers that might lead to Slytherin's secret lair, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that when the time came, promises wouldn't be enough. The darkness was growing. And sooner or later, he would have to face it. Not with words or promises or delegated authority. But with everything he had. February brought another visitor. Harry felt him the moment he passed through the gates, a presence like cold fire, dark magic wrapped around a core of something that might once have been human. Lucius Malfoy, the castle whispered, and her tone was guarded. The elder Malfoy swept through Hogwarts like he owned the place, his silver-tipped cane tapping against the stones with every step. He met with Dumbledore behind closed doors, their conversation hidden even from the castle by privacy wards that Dumbledore himself had erected. But Harry didn't need to hear the conversation. He could see the results. After Malfoy's departure, Dumbledore called Harry to his office. The old man looked tired, more tired than Harry had ever seen him. The Ministry has decided to conduct a formal inquiry, Dumbledore said without preamble. Lucius Malfoy has convinced several key members of the Wisengamot that your bond with Hogwarts represents a potential threat to wizarding society. A threat. They argue that no individual should possess such power. That it's too much for anyone, let alone a child, to be trusted with. Harry felt the castle's rage building, hot and slow. What do they want? They want the bond severed. They believe it's possible, that with the right combination of curses and countercharms, they can break the connection between you and the castle. And what do you think? Dumbledore was silent for a moment. When he spoke, his voice was heavy. I think they don't understand what they're proposing. The bond isn't a spell that can be broken. It's a merger of souls, yours and the castle's, intertwined at the deepest level. Severing it wouldn't free you from Hogwarts. It would kill you both. Harry felt cold. Both? The castle is alive, Harry. You know this. And she has bound herself to you completely, without reservation or protection. If you die, she will feel it. The shock could damage the ward system irreparably, possibly destroy it entirely. So breaking the bond would likely kill you. And would certainly cripple Hogwarts. The greatest magical fortress in the world, reduced to rubble. Harry sat with this for a long moment. The castle was present in his mind, not offering comfort or reassurance, just being. Being with him, as she always was. What do we do? He asked finally. For now. We delay. I have enough influence to slow the inquiry, buy us time. But Lucius Malfoy is persistent, and he has the minister's ear. Dumbledore leaned forward. Harry, I need you to understand something. The people pushing for this inquiry, some of them genuinely believe they're doing the right thing. They're afraid of power they don't understand, and fear makes people do terrible things. But some of them aren't afraid. No. Some of them want what you have. Want to control it, use it, bend it to their purposes. Dumbledore's eyes met Harry's. Voldemort is not the only dark wizard in the world. And the ministry is not purely benevolent. Be careful who you trust, Harry. The battle lines are not always where they appear to be. Harry nodded slowly. Professor? What would you do, if you were me? Dumbledore considered the question seriously. I would grow strong, he said finally. I would build alliances with people I trusted completely. I would learn everything I could about the bond, the castle, and the threats that faced them. He smiled, small and tired. And I would remember that power is not the only weapon worth possessing. Kindness, loyalty, love, these are forces that have shaped the world as much as any magic. Don't forget them, in your rush to be ready for battle. I won't. Harry left the office with new weight on his shoulders. But also, strangely, with new clarity. The ministry wanted to break him. Voldemort wanted to claim him. The world wanted to use him or destroy him, and no one, not even Dumbledore, could protect him completely. But he wasn't alone. He had friends. He had the castle. And he had himself, a boy who'd survived 10 years of darkness, who'd learned to endure, who'd found hope in a cupboard under the stairs. Whatever came next, he would face it. And he would survive. The castle showed Harry something that night. A memory, old and fragmented, from the earliest days of Hogwarts. 4 figures stood in a chamber deep beneath the foundations, not the founder's chamber Harry had visited, but somewhere older, darker. They were young, barely out of adolescence, their faces grave with the weight of what they'd undertaken. The binding holds, Helga Hufflepuff said, her voice thick with exhaustion. For now. For now is not enough. Salazar Slytherin's tone was sharp. It nearly broke free 3 times during the ritual. We need stronger wards. More power. We've given everything we have. Rowena Ravenclaw's hands were shaking. Any more, and we risk destroying ourselves. Better destroyed than enslaved. Godric Gryffindor stepped forward, his hand on his sword hilt. If that thing escapes, it will consume every magical child in Britain. Every witch and wizard with potential, drained to feed its hunger. We cannot allow it. Then what do you suggest? Salazar demanded. Godric was silent for a moment. When he spoke, his voice was heavy. We build a school. The others stared at him. A school, Godric continued. Here, above the prison. Hundreds of children, learning magic, generating power. Their ambient energy will feed the wards, keep them strong without any one person having to sacrifice everything. You want to use children as fuel? Helga's voice was horrified. Not use. Protect. The wards will draw on their excess magic, the power they can't control, the energy that leaks from every untrained witch and wizard. It will cost them nothing, and it will give us everything we need. Godric's eyes were fierce. Don't you see? We can turn our greatest weakness into our greatest strength. The creature feeds on magical potential. We'll surround it with magic so powerful, so concentrated, that it can never break free. And if someone learns the truth? Rowena asked. If they discover what lies beneath the school? Then we pray they have the wisdom to keep the secret. Because if that creature ever escapes. Godric didn't finish the sentence. He didn't have to. The memory faded. Harry found himself back in his bed, staring at the ceiling, his heart racing. You showed me that for a reason, he thought. You need to understand, the castle replied. The school was not built to educate. It was built to imprison. I am a cage as much as a home. And you are the lock. The lock. The bond exists for a reason. The founders designed it into me, a failsafe, in case the wards ever weakened. A living anchor, someone who could channel power directly into the seals. The castle's presence was solemn. I did not choose you randomly, Harry. I chose you because you are strong enough to bear this burden. Strong enough to hold the darkness at bay. What if I'm not? What if I fail? Then everything ends. The creature escapes. Every magical child in Britain, in the world, perhaps, dies to feed its hunger. Hogwarts falls. And darkness consumes everything. Harry lay in silence, processing this. The weight of it was almost too much, the fate of thousands, possibly millions, resting on his 11-year-old shoulders. But then he thought of Ron, sleeping in the next bed, who'd become his first true friend. Of Hermione, who'd chosen to stay at Hogwarts for Christmas rather than go home, who'd thrown herself into research to help him. Of Neville, whose quiet courage had earned the castle's approval. He thought of every student who walked these halls, laughing and learning and living without any idea of the horror that slept beneath their feet. And he made a choice. I won't fail, he told the castle. Whatever it takes. I won't let that thing escape. The castle's response was warmth and pride in something that might have been tears, if stone could weep. I know, she said. I have always known. That is why I chose you, Harry Potter. Not because you are powerful. Not because you are special. Because you will never give up. Harry closed his eyes and let the castle wrap around him. Tomorrow, there would be more lessons, more preparation, more weight to bear. But tonight, he would rest. And dream of a future where the darkness stayed sealed, and children learned magic without ever knowing the sacrifice that made it possible. March came with tentative warmth and harder questions. Harry had mapped the castle's lowest levels as thoroughly as the bond allowed, every dungeon, every cellar, every basement and sub-basement that Hogwarts would reveal. But the Chamber of Secrets remained hidden, a blank spot in his mental map that mocked his efforts. It has to be connected to Slytherin somehow, Hermione said during one of their planning sessions in an empty classroom. He built it. If we can find something of his, a portrait, an artifact, something that might respond to his magic, the castle can't sense it, Harry reminded her. Slytherin specifically designed it to be hidden from her. But he couldn't have hidden the entrance. People had to get in and out somehow. There must be a trigger, a password, something. Ron, who'd been pretending not to listen while practicing levitation charms, looked up. My brother Bill, the cursebreaker, he says the best hidden doors are the ones everyone sees every day. Too obvious to notice. That's actually helpful, Hermione admitted. Don't sound so surprised. Harry considered this. Something everyone saw every day. Something connected to Slytherin, but not obviously enough to draw attention. Castle, he thought, what do you know about Slytherin's personal chambers? Before he built the hidden chamber. The castle considered the question. He had quarters in the dungeons. They were converted to classrooms centuries ago, after his departure. But there was one place he favored above all others. She showed Harry a bathroom. A girl's bathroom, abandoned and flooded, its pipes groaning with age. No one has used this room in decades, the castle explained. It is haunted by the ghost of a student who died there, under mysterious circumstances, never explained. Moaning Myrtle, the students call her. Why would Slytherin care about a bathroom? He didn't. He cared about what was beneath it. The castle's tone was troubled. Harry, I can feel something when I reach toward that place. A wrongness. A gap in my perception. Whatever is there, it was designed to be hidden even from me. Harry pulled back from the vision, his heart racing. I think I found something, he told his friends. A bathroom. Second floor. It's haunted, which is why no one uses it, but there's something beneath it that the castle can't see. The Chamber of Secrets. Hermione breathed. Maybe. I need to investigate. We need to investigate, Ron corrected. You're not going alone. Actually, you should go alone at first. Hermione's logical mind was already working. If it's really the chamber, it's probably protected against intruders. But you're bonded to the castle, you might be able to bypass defenses that would stop anyone else. She's right, Harry admitted reluctantly. But if I find something, I'll come straight back. Promise? Promise. The bathroom was exactly as the castle had shown him, flooded, abandoned, reeking of mildew and despair. And it was haunted. Oh, it's you. The ghost materialized through a toilet stall, her translucent face twisted in a pout. Another boy come to mock me. Well, go ahead. Laugh at fat, ugly, miserable Myrtle. I'm not here to mock you, Harry said carefully. I'm looking for something. Something hidden. Myrtle's expression shifted to curiosity. Hidden? What do you mean, hidden? I think there's a room beneath this bathroom. A secret room, built by Salazar Slytherin 1,000 years ago. The ghost's eyes went wide. Slytherin. That's who killed me. Harry froze. What? Not him personally, obviously. He's been dead forever. But there was a voice, before I died. Coming from over there. She pointed to a bank of sinks. A horrible, hissing voice. And then I saw eyes, big, yellow eyes, and then I was dead. Big yellow eyes, the castle whispered. A creature that kills with a gaze. Harry, this may be worse than we thought. Harry approached the sinks, examining them carefully. They looked ordinary, aged porcelain, tarnished taps, a ring of grime around each basin. But on one tap, he noticed something different. A tiny scratch, shaped like a snake. This one, he murmured. There's a mark here. He reached for the tap and felt it, a pulse of magic, ancient and Slytherin green, responding to his touch. The castle screamed warning, but Harry was already acting on instinct, the bond guiding his movements. Open, he thought, not in English, but in something older. Something that came from the castle's deepest memories. The language of snakes. The sink groaned. The floor trembled. And then, with a grinding of ancient gears, the entire bank of sinks began to move, revealing a gaping hole in the floor, a pipe, wide enough for a person, dropping into absolute darkness. Harry stared into the abyss. "I found it," he told the castle. "The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets." The castle's response was a complex mix of fear and triumph. "Well done," she said. "But do not enter. Not yet. Not alone. That place is beyond my reach, I cannot protect you there." "I know." Harry stepped back from the opening. "I'll come back with help. With preparation." He whispered the word to close the entrance, close, in that same serpentine language, and the sinks ground back into place, sealing the darkness away. Myrtle was watching him with something like awe. "You can speak to snakes," she breathed. "Just like him. Just like the boy who opened it before." "What boy?" "I don't know his name. But he came here, years ago. Before I died. He opened the chamber, and something came out, and—" She shivered, her ghostly form flickering. "I don't remember what happened next. Just the eyes. And then nothing." Harry filed this away for later investigation. The castle was already searching her memories, looking for records of students who died mysteriously, 50 years ago. "Thank you, Myrtle," he said. "You've been very helpful." The ghost looked startled, possibly no one had ever thanked her for anything. You're welcome," she managed. "Will you come back? It's nice to have someone to talk to. Someone who doesn't just flush and run." "I'll try," Harry promised. He left the bathroom with more questions than answers, but also with something vital, a target. The Chamber of Secrets was real. The entrance was found. And whatever Voldemort had hidden there, Harry would find it. But not today. Today, he would go back to his friends, share what he'd learned, and plan their next move. The darkness could wait a little longer. And when Harry was ready, he would face it, with the castle at his back, his friends at his side, and the strength of 1,000 years of magic flowing through his veins. Whatever was coming, he would be ready. He had to be. The days that followed were tense with preparation. Harry told Hermione and Ron about the bathroom, the entrance, and Myrtle's cryptic warnings about the boy who'd opened the chamber before. Hermione immediately dove into research, searching for any record of mysterious deaths at Hogwarts 50 years ago. She found it within a week. "Myrtle Warren," she announced, spreading newspaper clippings across their usual table in the common room. "Died June 13, 1943. Official cause, accident involving an unidentified magical creature. No charges filed." "That's it?" Ron frowned at the clippings. "A student dies and no one investigates." "Someone investigated. Look at this." Hermione pointed to a name in the article. Armando Dippet, headmaster at the time. He closed the investigation after a student was expelled, someone named Rubeus Hagrid. Harry felt like he'd been punched. Hagrid? It says he was keeping a dangerous creature. An acromantula. But Harry. Hermione's voice dropped. Acromantula don't kill with their gaze. They're spiders. Their victims are found wrapped in webbing, not dead on bathroom floors with expressions of terror. So Hagrid was framed. That's what it looks like. But who would frame him? And why? The castle was already searching, her memories stirring with recognition. Tom Riddle, she whispered. A student in Slytherin House, 1943. Head boy. Special award for services to the school. She showed Harry the memory, a handsome young man with dark hair and darker eyes, smiling as he received his award. Behind him, Dumbledore, younger, but with the same penetrating gaze, watched with an expression of deep unease. He found the chamber, the castle continued. He opened it. He released the creature within. And when people died, he blamed Hagrid. Tom Riddle, Harry repeated. That name sounds. It should. The castle's voice was grim. Rearrange the letters. Tom Marvolo Riddle. I am Lord Voldemort. The world seemed to tilt. Harry gripped the edge of the table, steadying himself. Harry. Hermione's concerned voice. What is it? I know who opened the chamber, Harry said. It was Voldemort. Before he became Voldemort. When he was just a student named Tom Riddle. The silence that followed was absolute. Voldemort was a student at Hogwarts. Ron's voice cracked. He was the top student of his year. Head boy. Everyone thought he'd be Minister for Magic someday. Harry's hands were shaking. He found Slytherin's chamber. He used whatever's inside it to kill Myrtle. And he blamed Hagrid to cover his tracks. That's why he wants the castle, Hermione breathed. It's not just about power. It's about returning to his roots. Finishing what he started. He said he hid a piece of himself here. In the vision. Harry met his friend's eyes. I think I know where. The Chamber of Secrets. We have to go in, Harry said. We have to find what he hid and destroy it. That's insane, Ron said flatly. We're first years. We can't fight whatever Voldemort left behind. I'm bonded to the castle. I'm stronger than any first year should be. But not inside the chamber. You said the castle can't reach there. Harry didn't have an answer for that. The castle didn't either. She was silent, worried, projecting nothing but concern. We need more time, Hermione said finally. More research. More preparation. We can't just rush in blind. I know. Harry slumped back in his chair. I know. But every day we wait, Voldemort grows stronger. His shade is feeding on Quirrell, on the ambient magic, on whatever dark rituals he's performing. If he gets to the stone before we're ready, then we stop him from getting the stone, Ron said. Worry about the chamber later. One crisis at a time, mate. It was sound advice. Simple, practical, very Ron. And it reminded Harry that he didn't have to solve everything at once. The darkness wasn't going anywhere. The creature in the depths wasn't going anywhere. They had time, not unlimited, but enough. Enough to prepare. Enough to grow stronger. Enough to face what was coming with eyes open and hearts ready. One crisis at a time, Harry agreed. And the castle hummed approval, settling around her children like a protective embrace. One crisis at a time. But in the darkness beneath Hogwarts, ancient things stirred. The seals groaned. And the creature that slept in the deepest depths smiled in its endless dream. Time was running out. And when it ended, Harry Potter would be there. Ready or not. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, Blood and Stone. The owl arrived at breakfast 3 days before Halloween. Harry felt it coming before he saw it, a disturbance in the castle's awareness, something urgent pushing through the Morning Post. The massive eagle owl dropped a letter directly into his porridge, splattering milk across the table. Lovely, Ron muttered, fishing his toast out of the splash zone. What's so important it couldn't wait for you to finish eating? Harry wiped the letter clean and examined the seal. Ministry of Magic, again, but different this time. Not the polite request for an interview, but something more formal. More threatening. Formal summons, the castle whispered. Legal language. They're escalating. Harry broke the seal and read. Dear Mr. Potter, pursuant to Wisengamot Resolution 847, c, you are hereby summoned to appear before the Committee for the Regulation of Magical Artifacts and Phenomena on the 15th of November, 1991. This hearing will determine whether your connection to the Hogwarts ward system constitutes a violation of the Statute of Magical Secrecy and/or represents an unacceptable concentration of magical power in a single individual. Failure to appear will result in immediate suspension from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and possible criminal charges. Sincerely, Dolores Jane Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister for Magic, Criminal Charges. Hermione had read over his shoulder, her voice rising. They can't do that. You haven't done anything wrong. Since when has that mattered to people like Umbridge? Harry folded the letter, his movements careful and controlled. Inside, the castle was raging, walls trembling, portraits rattling, suits of armor clenching gauntlet fists. He had to stay calm. Had to think. What are you going to do? Ron asked. What I have to. Harry stood, the letter in his pocket. I need to talk to Dumbledore. The headmaster's office was quiet, but the tension in the air was thick enough to cut. Dumbledore read the summons twice, his expression growing grimmer with each pass. When he finally set it down, his eyes had lost their twinkle entirely. This is Lucius Malfoy's doing, he said. I had hoped we had more time. Can they actually do this? Force me to appear before the Wizengamot? Technically, yes. The committee has broad authority over magical phenomena that might pose a threat to the statute of secrecy. It's rarely invoked, usually only for catastrophic breaches, but the law is on their side. Dumbledore steepled his fingers. However, the law also requires that any minor be accompanied by a magical guardian. Your aunt and uncle, being Muggles, cannot serve in that capacity. So who does? That's the question, isn't it? Dumbledore's gaze was thoughtful. When your parents died, I placed you with the Dursleys for protection. But I never formally assumed guardianship. I felt it was important that you have a family, however imperfect. Harry's laugh was bitter. Imperfect is one word for it. I know. The old man's voice was heavy with regret. I know, Harry. And I am sorry. But what's done is done. The question now is what happens next. Can you become my guardian? Officially? I could. But doing so would give the Ministry ammunition. They'd claim I was exerting undue influence over you, using my position to protect a dangerous asset. Dumbledore shook his head. No. We need someone the Ministry can't easily dismiss. Someone with political power and an unimpeachable reputation. Who? I have some thoughts. But Harry, I need you to understand something. Dumbledore leaned forward. Whatever happens in that hearing, whatever they try to do, the castle will protect you. She has protected her students for 1,000 years. She will not let them take you. Even if it means fighting the Ministry. If necessary. The words hung in the air between them. Harry felt the weight of them, the implication that, if pushed far enough, Hogwarts itself might go to war with the magical government. I don't want that, Harry said quietly. I don't want anyone to get hurt because of me. Neither do I. Which is why we'll do everything in our power to prevent it from coming to that. Dumbledore stood. Go to your classes, Harry. Let me work on this. By tonight, I'll have a plan. Harry nodded and left, the castle's presence wrapping around him like armor. Whatever happens, she promised, you are not alone. I know, Harry replied. That's what scares me. Classes were a blur. Harry went through the motions, transfiguration, charms, a mercifully lecture-free history of magic where he could think without pretending to pay attention, but his mind was elsewhere. The castle kept him updated on developments, Dumbledore sending owls, receiving responses, meeting with people in his office. By dinner, Harry knew who his new guardian would be before Dumbledore even announced it. Augusta Longbottom has agreed to assume temporary magical guardianship, Dumbledore told him in a brief meeting before the feast. She's a formidable woman with a sterling reputation and considerable influence on the Wizengamot. The Ministry will find it difficult to dismiss her. Neville's grandmother. Yes. She was quite eager, actually. She's been watching your friendship with her grandson with great interest. Dumbledore's eyes softened. You've been good for him, Harry. Given him confidence. She wanted to repay that kindness. Harry felt a complex mix of emotions, gratitude, certainly, but also discomfort. He didn't want to be in anyone's debt. Didn't want his friendships to become political tools. But the castle whispered reassurance. Augusta Longbottom was genuine. Her affection for her grandson was fierce and protective. And she saw in Harry a chance to strike back at the people who had destroyed her son and daughter-in-law. She wants to help, the castle said. Let her. I will, Harry promised. And tried to believe that everything would be okay. The hearing was set for the 15th of November, but Halloween came first. Harry woke on the 31st to a castle in turmoil. Not dangerous turmoil, festive turmoil. Giant pumpkins lined every corridor. Bats swooped in coordinated formations. The ghosts had organized an elaborate parade that would pass through the Great Hall during the feast. But beneath the celebration, Harry felt something else. A weight. A sorrow. 10 years, the castle murmured. 10 years since they died. Harry spent the morning in a daze, his friends giving him space without being asked. They understood. Everyone who knew anything about Harry Potter knew what Halloween meant. The classes passed. The decorations grew more elaborate. And as evening approached, Harry found himself drawn to the Gryffindor common room, to the chair by the fire where, according to the castle, his parents had sat together countless times. Harry. Neville stood in the doorway, his expression uncertain. My Gran wrote to me, he said. About the guardianship. She wanted me to tell you, she wanted you to know that she's not doing it for politics. She's doing it because you're my friend. Because you've been kind to me when you didn't have to be. Harry felt a lump in his throat. I didn't do anything special. You did. Neville moved closer, his voice quiet but firm. You told me the castle liked me. You made me feel like I belonged here. That's more than most people have ever done. Neville. I just wanted you to know. The round-faced boy managed a small smile. Happy Halloween, Harry. I know it's hard for you. But maybe it can be happy too. Someday. He left before Harry could respond. The castle hummed warmth around him, proud of the boy she'd watched grow from a nervous first year into something stronger. He's a good friend, she observed. He is, Harry agreed. And for a moment, the sorrow lifted, replaced by something that felt almost like hope. The Halloween feast was everything Harry had dreamed of and more. The Great Hall was transformed, 1,000 live bats fluttering overhead, the floating candles replaced by grinning jack-o'-lanterns, the house ghosts performing their parade while students cheered and applauded. The food was spectacular, pumpkin pasties and caramel apples and chocolate cauldrons that actually bubbled when you bit into them. Harry sat between Ron and Hermione, trying to lose himself in the celebration. The castle was content, her students happy and safe within her walls. Whatever darkness lurked in the depths, whatever threats gathered outside her gates, tonight was for joy. Then Draco Malfoy caught his eye. The Slytherin was sitting at his house table, surrounded by cronies, but his attention was fixed on Harry. Not with the usual sneer or contempt, with something else. Something urgent. He wants to talk to you, the castle observed. He's been working up to it all day. Harry excused himself from the table, ignoring Ron's questioning look. He made his way toward the entrance hall, and a moment later, Draco followed. They faced each other in a shadowed alcove, the noise of the feast muffled by stone walls. Potter. Draco's voice was low, tense. I need to tell you something. So tell me. My father is planning something. For the hearing. I don't know all the details, but... Draco's hands clenched at his sides. He's been meeting with people. Dark people. The kind who don't get invited to ministry functions. Death Eaters. Former Death Eaters. The ones who claimed the Imperious Curse. Draco's laugh was bitter. My father's specialty, gathering the reformed while keeping them loyal to the old ways. Why are you telling me this? For a long moment, Draco didn't answer. When he spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper. Because I don't want to be like him. You said I had a choice. I'm trying to make it. Harry studied the other boy, the fear in his eyes, the tension in his shoulders, the way he kept glancing toward the great hall as if expecting to be caught. Thank you, Harry said finally. I mean it. Don't thank me yet. I don't know what they're planning, just that it's bad. Draco straightened, his mask sliding back into place. This conversation never happened. What conversation? The ghost of a smile crossed Draco's face. Then he was gone, slipping back toward the feast, leaving Harry alone with new information and old questions. He's changing, the castle observed. Slowly. But changing. Maybe, Harry thought. Or maybe he's playing a longer game. But he didn't really believe that. Something in Draco's eyes had been genuine, a boy trying desperately to escape the path his father had laid out for him. Harry understood that feeling better than anyone. The feast ended without incident, no trolls this year, no attacks, no emergencies. Harry returned to Gryffindor Tower with his friends, their bellies full and their spirits high. But as midnight approached, Harry found himself at the window again, staring out at the moonlit grounds. 10 years ago tonight, his parents had died. 10 years ago, a green light had shattered his world. Show me, he asked the castle. Please. Show me what you remember. She hesitated. Are you sure? I need to see. The vision came like a wave, pulling him under. He stood in the great hall, but it was different, the decorations from a decade ago, the faces younger, the laughter louder. His father was there, dancing with his mother, their joy so bright it hurt to look at. They left early, the castle narrated. Said they had something important to attend to. I didn't know what. The scene shifted. James and Lily at the gates of Hogwarts, waving goodbye to friends. The last time the castle ever saw them alive. I felt it when they died. The castle's voice was heavy with old grief. Even though they were miles away. Even though they were beyond my walls. I felt the bond snap. First James. Then Lily. And then. Then what? Then something strange. The bond to their son, to you, it flickered. Nearly went out. But it held. Somehow, impossibly, it held. Harry saw himself as a baby, wrapped in blankets, a fresh scar bleeding on his forehead. Felt the castle's desperate reach across miles of distance, trying to pull him to safety, finding only empty air. I couldn't save them, she said. I couldn't save you. You were too far. I was too weak. It wasn't your fault. Perhaps not. But I have never forgotten. Never stopped wishing I could have done more. The castle's presence wrapped around him, fierce and protective. That is why I will not lose you now. Whatever comes, the Ministry, the Dark Lord, the thing in the depths, I will protect you. I swear it. Harry stood at the window, tears streaming down his face, and let himself be held by 1,000 years of stone and magic. He wasn't alone. He had never been alone. And whatever the morning brought, he would face it with the castle at his side. November arrived with frost and fury. The hearing loomed closer each day, and the castle's mood grew darker. She showed Harry things, memories of past Ministry interference, attempts to control or constrain her over the centuries. Most had ended badly for the Ministry. She's getting protective, Hermione observed one evening in the library. Have you noticed the suits of armor? They're moving more than usual. Harry had noticed. The castle was preparing for a siege, even if no one else could see it. She doesn't trust the Ministry, he said. Can't say I blame her. The hearing's in 3 days. Have you prepared what you're going to say? Mrs. Longbottom's been coaching me. Augusta Longbottom had arrived at Hogwarts 2 days after accepting guardianship, and she'd proven to be exactly what Dumbledore had promised, formidable, sharp and utterly unintimidated by bureaucracy. She says to answer only what's asked, never volunteer information, and never let them see me angry. Good advice. Easier said than done. Harry's hands clenched on the table. Every time I think about Umbridge, about what she wants to do. I know. Hermione's hand covered his. But you can do this, Harry. The castle chose you for a reason. Whatever comes, you're strong enough to handle it. Harry wished he shared her confidence. But he smiled anyway and let her believe he was okay. It was what friends did. The night before the hearing, Harry walked the castle's corridors alone. He'd told Ron and Hermione he needed to think. They'd understood, or at least pretended to, and given him space. Now he wandered through familiar halls, feeling the castle's presence like a heartbeat beneath his feet. "Are you frightened?" she asked. "Yes." "Good. Fear keeps us sharp." A pause. "I am frightened too." "Of the Ministry?" "Of losing you." The castle's voice was raw, unguarded. "In 1,000 years, I have loved many children. Watched them grow. Watched them leave. But you are different. You are part of me in a way no one else has ever been. I'm not going anywhere. You cannot promise that. No one can." The castle seemed to sigh, stones settling like weary shoulders. "But I appreciate the sentiment." Harry stopped walking. He was in the third-floor corridor, he realized, the forbidden one, where Fluffy guarded the trapdoor. "What's down there?" he asked. The whole truth this time. The castle considered for a long moment. Then she showed him. The Philosopher's Stone. Nicholas Flamel's masterwork. The source of the elixir of life, capable of making a man immortal. Dumbledore brought it here for protection, the castle explained. The Dark Lord seeks it. Quirrell seeks it on his behalf. The protections the teachers have placed around it are formidable, but nothing is impenetrable. Why didn't you tell me before? Because you had enough to worry about. Because I hoped it wouldn't matter. Regret colored her voice. I should have trusted you with the truth. I am sorry. It's okay. Harry meant it. I understand. You were trying to protect me. I always am. Sometimes too much, perhaps. The castle's presence shifted, becoming something warmer. Harry, whatever happens tomorrow, whether you face the Ministry or Quirrell or the Thing in the depths, remember that you are never fighting alone. I am always with you. My strength is your strength. My walls are your walls. I know. Harry placed his hand against the stone, feeling her pulse beneath his palm. I know. They stood together in the darkness, boy and castle, until dawn began to lighten the sky. Then Harry went to face the Wizengamot. And Hogwarts went with him. The Ministry of Magic was everything Harry had imagined and nothing like it. He'd expected grandeur, marble halls, soaring ceilings, the kind of architectural intimidation that screamed power. What he got was cramped, cluttered, and vaguely desperate. Memo airplanes buzzed overhead like irritated bees. Bureaucrats shuffled through corridors with the defeated air of people who'd long since given up on making a difference. This is the heart of magical Britain, the castle observed, her disdain palpable. I expected better. Augusta Longbottom walked beside Harry, her vulture-topped hat announcing her presence like a battle standard. Dumbledore followed a few steps behind, his expression serene but his eyes watchful. They descended to the courtrooms, stone chambers in the Ministry's deepest levels, designed for maximum intimidation. Harry felt the absence of the castle acutely here. She could sense him, he knew, their bond stretched but didn't break, but she couldn't act. Couldn't protect him directly. He was on his own. The courtroom was circular, with tiered benches rising on all sides like an amphitheater of judgment. 50 witches and wizards sat in purple robes, the Wizengamot assembled in all its pompous glory. At the highest point, Cornelius Fudge fidgeted nervously. To his right, Dolores Umbridge smiled her toad-like smile. Harry James Potter, Umbridge read from a scroll, her voice sickly sweet. You stand before this committee to answer concerns regarding your connection to the Hogwarts ward system. I'm here, Harry said. As ordered. Umbridge's smile tightened slightly. You may sit. A single chair had been placed in the center of the room, surrounded by rising benches on all sides. Harry walked to it without hesitation, ignoring the whispers that followed him. Augusta Longbottom took a position beside him, her hand on his shoulder, a gesture of protection and support. This hearing, Umbridge continued, will determine whether the bond between Harry Potter and Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry represents a threat to magical society. We will hear testimony, examine evidence, and render judgment. On what grounds? Augusta's voice cut through the room like a blade. My ward has broken no laws. He has threatened no one. On what grounds does this committee presume to judge a child for circumstances beyond his control? Madam Longbottom, this is not, I am the legal guardian of the accused. I have the right to speak on his behalf. Umbridge's smile became something fixed and dangerous. Very well. You may speak, within the boundaries of proper procedure. I'm sure you'll inform me if I stray. Augusta's tone made clear exactly what she thought of Umbridge's proper procedure. Continue. The next 2 hours were a masterclass in bureaucratic warfare. Witnesses were called. Ministry officials testified about the unprecedented concentration of magical power, represented by Harry's bond. Experts, carefully selected by Umbridge, Harry suspected, opined on the dangers of allowing a child access to such abilities. Augusta demolished each argument with surgical precision. She cited precedent, previous instances of ward bonding that had been accepted without controversy. She questioned the expertise of witnesses, exposing their biases and assumptions. She turned the ministry's own regulations against it, pointing out that Harry had been subjected to investigation without due cause. And when Umbridge tried to suggest that the bond should be severed for Harry's own protection, Augusta's response was devastating. You propose to perform experimental magic on an 11-year-old child. Magic that, by your own expert's admission, could result in death or permanent magical damage. Her voice rose, cutting through the chamber. This committee is not empowered to issue death sentences, Madam Undersecretary. Perhaps you've forgotten that. Umbridge went pale. Murmurs swept through the Wizengamot. Harry watched it all with a strange sense of detachment. The castle was with him, not directly, but he could feel her at the edge of his consciousness, sending support, feeling his fear and feeding back calm. You're doing well, she whispered. Stay strong. I'm just sitting here. Augusta's doing all the work. You're bearing witness. Sometimes that's enough. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, it was Harry's turn to speak. Mr. Potter. Amelia Bones leaned forward, her gray eyes piercing. You've heard the concerns raised by this committee. Do you have anything to say in your own defense? Harry stood. The chamber went silent. I didn't ask for this bond, he said, his voice steady. I didn't know it was possible until it happened. I walked through the gates of Hogwarts, and the castle chose me. Chose you for what purpose? Umbridge asked. To protect her students. That's what the castle does. That's all she's ever done. Harry met the witch's eyes without flinching. The same power you're afraid of saved 3 lives on Halloween. If I hadn't been bonded to Hogwarts, if the castle hadn't been able to act through me, my friends would be dead. Is that the threat you're so worried about? The incident with the troll proves nothing, it proves that the castle protects children. Which is more than I can say for this committee. Gasps echoed through the chamber. Augusta's hand tightened on his shoulder, a warning, but Harry was beyond caution now. You talk about threats. About dangers. About the need to control and contain. But the only threat I see is a ministry so afraid of power it doesn't control that it's willing to hurt a child to feel safe. Harry's voice rose, carrying to every corner of the room. I am 11 years old. I have done nothing wrong. And if this committee decides to punish me for circumstances beyond my control, then it will prove exactly what kind of institution it is. Silence. Absolute, ringing silence. Then Amelia Bones spoke, her voice thoughtful. The boy makes a valid point. We have heard hours of testimony about potential dangers, but no evidence of actual harm. Mr. Potter's bond has been active for nearly 3 months. In that time, he has used it only in defense of fellow students. She looked around the chamber. I move that this hearing be adjourned pending further review. There is no basis for immediate action. Seconded, called a voice from the upper benches. This is absurd, Umbridge began, but Fudge was already speaking. Motion carries. This hearing is adjourned. The minister looked relieved, as if he'd been waiting for any excuse to end the proceedings. Mr. Potter, you are free to return to Hogwarts. The committee will continue its review, but no action will be taken at this time. Harry felt the tension drain from his shoulders. Augusta squeezed his arm, her face creased in a rare smile. But as they left the chamber, Harry caught Umbridge's gaze. The woman's smile hadn't faltered, if anything, it had grown wider. This isn't over, he thought. No, the castle agreed. But you've won the first battle. That's what matters. They returned to Hogwarts by flow, emerging in Dumbledore's office to find the old man already waiting. Congratulations, Harry. I've received word, the hearing went quite well. Thanks to Mrs. Longbottom. Harry looked at his guardian with genuine gratitude. I couldn't have done it without her. Nonsense. Augusta's stern face softened slightly. You did yourself credit, boy. Standing up to that Umbridge creature took courage. Perhaps too much courage, Dumbledore said mildly. You took a risk, Harry. Challenging the committee directly. They were going to rule against me anyway. At least this way, they know I won't go quietly. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Perhaps. Or perhaps they'll think twice about pressing forward. Bullies rarely enjoy being called out in public. The castle's warmth flooded through Harry, relief, pride, a fierce protectiveness. Welcome home, she whispered. Welcome home. Augusta departed soon after, with promises to visit again before the next Wisengamot session. Harry found himself alone with Dumbledore, the headmaster's expression thoughtful. You handled that well, Dumbledore said. But I'm concerned about what comes next. Umbridge won't give up. No. She's a woman of particular obsessions, and you've become one of them. Dumbledore rose, moving to the window. There are also other concerns. The matter of Professor Quirrell, for instance. Harry felt his stomach tighten. You know. That he's possessed by Voldemort's shade? I've suspected for some time. Dumbledore turned to face him. The castle has been watching. She tells me that Quirrell's attempts to reach the stone have become more frequent. Why haven't you stopped him? Because stopping him isn't enough. The shade would simply find another host, another way. We need to defeat Voldemort's current form permanently, and for that, I need to understand what he's become. Dumbledore's gaze was distant, troubled. The Dark Lord was afraid of death above all things. What he's done to himself in pursuit of immortality, it goes beyond possession. Beyond anything I've encountered before. The piece of himself he hid in the castle. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. You know about that? He told me. In a vision. He said he'd hidden something in the Chamber of Secrets. Did he indeed? The headmaster was silent for a long moment. Then we have more to discuss than I'd realized. But not tonight. Tonight, you should rest. The hearing took more out of you than you realize. Harry wanted to argue, but the castle agreed with Dumbledore. He could feel exhaustion pulling at his edges, the adrenaline crash hitting hard. We'll talk tomorrow, he agreed. Tomorrow, Dumbledore nodded. And Harry? What you said in the hearing, about the castle protecting children. That was beautifully put. Never forget it's the truth. Harry nodded and left, the castle guiding his tired feet back to Gryffindor Tower. His friends were waiting, Ron and Hermione and Neville, all of them anxious, all of them relieved when he appeared. Well? Ron demanded. What happened? I survived. Harry managed a tired smile. Tell you everything tomorrow. Right now I just need to sleep. They let him go, understanding in their eyes. Harry climbed the stairs to his dormitory, collapsed onto his bed, and let the castle's warmth wrap around him like a blanket. Tomorrow, there would be more battles. More challenges. More darkness to face. But tonight, he had one. And that was enough. December brought snow and a fragile peace. The Ministry's review dragged on, but no new summons arrived. Augusta Longbottom wrote regular letters, keeping Harry informed of political developments, the shifting alliances, the whispered conspiracies, the slow dance of power that defined magical Britain. Harry focused on what he could control, his studies, his training, his bond with the castle. The lessons continued, each night pushing him further into the depths of what he could become. And underneath it all, Quirrell waited. The castle tracked his movements obsessively. Every visit to the third-floor corridor. Every failed attempt to bypass Fluffy. Every meeting with the darkness that rode behind his turban. He's getting desperate, Harry told his friends one evening, gathered in their usual corner of the common room. The shades burning through him. If he doesn't get the stone soon, he dies, Hermione finished. And Voldemort has to find a new host. Can't he just leave? Ron asked. Possess someone else? Not easily. Possession requires connection, some weakness the shade can exploit. Harry was drawing on the castle's knowledge now, ancient memories of dark magic she'd witnessed over centuries. Quirrell volunteered. He invited Voldemort in. Finding another willing host would take time. So we wait him out. We prepare. Harry's expression hardened. When he makes his move for the stone, I'll be ready. We'll be ready, Hermione corrected. This is different, Hermione. The castle can't protect me past Fluffy's chamber. Inside the protections, I'll be alone. You won't be alone. Ron's voice was firm. We're coming with you. End of discussion. Harry wanted to argue. Wanted to protect them from the danger he could feel building. But the castle whispered wisdom, let them choose. True friends cannot be commanded. When the time comes, he said finally, we go together. Ron grinned. Hermione nodded, satisfied. And the castle hummed approval, gathering her strength for the battle to come. The break came in the second week of December. Harry woke from a dead sleep, the castle's alarm screaming through his mind. He's moving. Now. Harry was on his feet before consciousness fully caught up with him. He grabbed his wand, threw on his cloak, and was halfway to the door before Ron stirred. Harry. What's happening? Quirrell. He's making his move for the stone. Ron was awake instantly, reaching for his own wand. I'll get Hermione. Meet you at the third floor. Harry didn't argue. He ran. The castle cleared his path, stairways locking in place, portraits shouting directions, suits of armor stepping aside. He reached the third-floor corridor in record time, and found Fluffy already subdued. A harp sat in the corner, playing itself. The massive three-headed dog was slumped in enchanted sleep, its chest rising and falling with each thunderous snore. The trapdoor stood open. He's already through, the castle reported. Minutes ago. The other protections are activating, but he has a head start. Harry didn't hesitate. He dropped through the trapdoor. The fall was longer than expected, but he landed on something soft, devil's snare, the castle informed him, even as the tendrils began to wrap around his limbs. Relax, the castle advised. It feeds on tension. Or. Harry summoned fire to his wand, and the plant recoiled, freeing him to drop to solid ground. The next chamber held flying keys, a single broom, and a door that wouldn't open. Harry grabbed the broom and took to the air, the castle guiding his eyes to the correct key, old, silver, slightly bent from previous capture. The key tried to evade him, but Harry was a natural flyer. He caught it in seconds, landed, and was through the door. The chess room was already in ruins. Giant pieces lay shattered across the board, evidence of a violent crossing. Quirrell had sacrificed pieces without strategy, using brute force to clear a path. Harry ran across the board, feeling the cold marble beneath his feet. The next chamber reeked of troll, but the beast was already unconscious, a massive lump in the corner. Quirrell's work, or one of the existing protections. Harry didn't stop to investigate. Then came the fire room. Black flames ahead, purple flames behind, and a table of potions with a riddle that the castle solved before Harry finished reading. He drank the correct potion, ice in his veins, and stepped through the black fire. Quirrell stood before the mirror of Eriste. His turban was gone. The face on the back of his head was visible now, pale and serpentine, its red eyes fixed on the mirror's surface. Harry Potter. The voice was a whisper that echoed wrong, speaking from a mouth that shouldn't exist. I knew you'd come. Get away from the stone. Harry's wand was raised, his heart pounding. Such bravery. Such foolish, Gryffindor bravery. Quirrell turned, his movements jerky, as if controlled by someone else. I don't want to kill you, boy. I want what you have. The bond. Yes. Voldemort's voice was hungry. With the castle under my control, I could do so much more than merely survive. I could rule the greatest fortress in Britain, answering to my will. She'll never serve you. She'll have no choice. The bond transfers, boy. If you die the right way, the connection passes to your killer. The face smiled, and it was the most terrible thing Harry had ever seen. I learned that in the chamber. Slytherin was wise, he prepared for every contingency. Harry felt cold. Is that true? He asked the castle. Her response was complex, fear, uncertainty, ancient knowledge stirring. I don't know. It might be. Slytherin knew more about the bond than any other founder. I see you doubt me. Voldemort's smile widened. Why do you think I wanted you here? Why do you think I let you follow? This was always the plan, Harry. Your death. My ascension. Quirrell's too weak to kill me. Quirrell is a tool. Nothing more. The possessed professor raised his wand, but his movements were slow, reluctant. Fighting the possession, Harry realized. Trying to resist. He's fighting you, Harry said. Your host doesn't want to do this. My host will do as he's told. Will he? Harry took a step forward, watching Quirrell's arm tremble. You need a willing vessel, don't you? That's why you can't just jump to anyone. And Quirrell's will is failing. His will is irrelevant, liar. The word tore from Quirrell's own mouth, his face contorting with effort. You promised me power. Glory. Not this. The professor's wand arm swung wildly, spells firing at random. Harry ducked, rolled, felt the heat of a curse pass over his head. Now, the castle urged. While he's distracted. Harry launched himself at Quirrell, not with magic but with his own body. His hands closed on the professor's face, and Quirrell screamed. Where Harry's skin touched Quirrell's, the possessed man's flesh began to burn. Blisters rose, burst, turned to ash. Voldemort's host crumbled beneath Harry's grip, reduced to ruin by nothing more than contact. "What is this?" Voldemort's shriek echoed through the chamber. "What are you?" Harry didn't answer. He pressed forward, his hands burning with a power he didn't understand, forcing Quirrell to the ground as the professor's body disintegrated around the parasite that rode it. The shade tore free at the last moment, a dark, shrieking thing that whirled through the chamber like a tornado of malice. It passed through Harry, and he felt it, cold beyond cold, despair beyond despair, a hatred that had festered for a decade. Then it was gone, fleeing through the walls, leaving nothing but ash and silence. Harry collapsed. The last thing he saw was the mirror of Eriste, his mother's face visible in its depths, her expression proud. "Well done," the castle whispered. And the darkness claimed him. He woke in the hospital wing. Sunlight streamed through the windows. The castle's presence was immediate, overwhelming, flooding through the bond with relief so intense it brought tears to his eyes. "You're awake," she breathed. "Oh, thank the Founders. You're awake." Harry. Ron and Hermione were at his bedside, their faces pale with exhaustion and worry. Neville hovered behind them, clutching a potted plant like a security blanket. "You've been unconscious for 3 days, Hermione said, her voice shaking. "We found you in the chamber, and you wouldn't wake up, and Madame Pomfrey couldn't figure out why." The shade. Harry's throat was raw. "It passed through me. I felt it. Dumbledore said that might be the cause." Ron's expression was grim. "Something about the possession leaving traces. He's been here every day, waiting for you to wake up." As if on cue, the doors opened and the headmaster entered. He looked older than Harry had ever seen him, deep lines carved around his eyes, but his smile was genuine. "Harry. I'm glad you've returned to us. Quirrell. Dead. But you knew that." Dumbledore conjured a chair and sat beside the bed. "The stone has been destroyed. Nicholas Flamel and I agreed it was for the best." Harry nodded slowly. The castle was filling in gaps, showing him what had happened while he slept, the clean-up of the chamber, the official story about Quirrell's tragic accident, the Ministry's fumbling attempts to investigate. And Voldemort? Gone. For now. Dumbledore's expression darkened. His shade escaped, as you've likely guessed. But he was weakened by the encounter, severely weakened. It will be years before he can attempt another possession. He said the bond could transfer. If I died the right way. Silence fell. Dumbledore's face went carefully blank. He spoke the truth, the headmaster admitted. It is possible, theoretically, to claim a ward keeper's bond through ritual murder. Slytherin researched such things before his departure from Hogwarts. So he'll try again. Eventually. But you've bought time, Harry. Time to grow stronger. Time to prepare. Dumbledore leaned forward. And there's something else you should know. When you touched Quirrell, when your mother's protection destroyed him, you did something unprecedented. You proved that love can trump dark magic in ways even Voldemort doesn't understand. Love? Your mother died to save you. That sacrifice left a mark, not visible, but powerful. It lives in your skin, your blood, your very being. Dumbledore's eyes softened. Voldemort cannot touch you, Harry. Not directly. The love that saved you as a baby still protects you today. Harry thought about this. Thought about his mother's face in the mirror, proud and fierce. Thought about the warmth that had flowed through him as his hands destroyed Voldemort's vessel. So I'm not just bonded to the castle, he said slowly. I'm also protected by my mother's sacrifice. Yes. 2 shields, working in harmony. One of stone and magic. One of love and blood. Dumbledore smiled. Voldemort believes power comes from domination. From control. He will never understand what you carry inside you, and that blindness is his greatest weakness. Harry closed his eyes, letting the information settle. The castle was humming softly in his mind, her relief giving way to something deeper, a resolve, a readiness. "We have much to do," she said. "But not today. Today, you rest. And tomorrow? Tomorrow, we begin again." The remainder of the school year passed in a strange kind of peace. Exams came and went. Harry did well, the castle's guidance helping with history of magic, his own growing skills carrying him through everything else. Hermione topped every class, of course, while Ron scraped through with last-minute cramming and strategic point-earning in chess club. The Ministry's review quietly closed, no action taken. Augusta Longbottom wrote to say that Umbridge had been reassigned to special projects, bureaucratic speak for exile. And in the depths of Hogwarts, the thing that slept stirred in its ancient prison, its dreams troubled by echoes of the power that had been unleashed above. "It felt you," the castle admitted one night, as Harry walked her corridors. "When you destroyed Quirrell. The power you channeled, the love that burned through you, it touched the seals. Did I weaken them? No. If anything, you strengthened them." The castle's voice was thoughtful. The binding was built on sacrifice. On 4 founders giving pieces of themselves to imprison a threat. Your mother's sacrifice resonates with that same energy. It reinforced things. So I helped. You helped. But you also drew attention. The castle's presence turned grave. The creature knows something has changed. It knows the seals have a new guardian. And it is curious. Curious about me. Curious about what you might become. The castle paused. I do not know if that is good or bad. Perhaps both. Harry walked in silence, considering this. Another threat to add to the list. Another darkness waiting in the depths. But somehow, it didn't feel as overwhelming as it once might have. He was stronger now. He had friends, a guardian, a bond that made him part of the greatest magical fortress in the world. Whatever came next, he would face it. Together, the castle promised. Always together. The end-of-year feast was a riot of color and noise. Gryffindor won the House Cup, last-minute points for services to the school, pushing them past Slytherin. The Great Hall erupted in cheers, banners changing to scarlet and gold, Ron nearly falling off his bench in excitement. Harry sat in the middle of it all, surrounded by friends, the castle's joy thrumming through his veins. 1 year, she said. 1 year together. 6 more to come. Think we can survive them? I have no doubt. The castle's voice was warm, certain. We have only begun, Harry Potter. You and I. Our story stretches ahead, unwritten and unguessed. But I know this, whatever chapters await us, we will face them side by side. Harry raised his goblet with the others, toasting victory and friendship, and a year survived. And in the warmth of the moment, he allowed himself to hope. Tomorrow, the Hogwarts Express would carry him back to the Dursleys. Back to the cupboard, the chores, the casual cruelty of people who'd never wanted him. But not forever. Only for a summer. And when September came, the castle would be waiting. His true home. His partner. His heart. The feast ended. Students dispersed to pack, to say goodbyes, to steal last moments with friends they wouldn't see for months. Harry lingered in the great hall, letting the enchanted ceiling show him stars. Next year, he said aloud. What do you think it'll bring? Adventures, the castle replied. Challenges. Growth. And perhaps, if we are lucky, answers to questions we have not yet learned to ask. That's very mysterious. I am an ancient magical consciousness housed in a 1,000-year-old building. Mysterious is my specialty. Harry laughed, a real laugh, free and unguarded. Fair enough. He walked to Gryffindor Tower, to his dormitory, to the bed that had become as familiar as his own heartbeat. Tomorrow would bring challenges. The summer would bring hardship. But he was Harry Potter. He was bonded to Hogwarts. And he had learned, this year, that he was stronger than he'd ever imagined. Whatever came next, he was ready. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, The War Within the Walls. Summer had been a prison sentence. The Dursleys hadn't changed, Harry hadn't expected them to, but returning to Privet Drive after a year bonded to Hogwarts was like being slowly suffocated. Every moment away from the castle stretched thin and wrong, the bond attenuated to a whisper across hundreds of miles. She was still there. He could feel her at the edges of his consciousness, a warmth that never quite faded. But it wasn't the same. It was like trying to hear a conversation through thick glass. Impressions came through, emotions, vague reassurances, but nothing clear. The Dursleys had learned, at least, not to lock him in his cupboard anymore. Dumbledore's letters had seen to that. But they'd found other ways to make his life miserable, endless chores, meager portions, the constant undercurrent of resentment that filled every interaction. Harry endured. He'd endured worse. And on September 1st, when the Hogwarts Express pulled away from platform 9 3/4, he felt the bond snap back into full strength like a rubber band released, overwhelming, intoxicating, home. "I missed you," the castle breathed. "Every day. Every hour. I missed you too." Harry leaned his forehead against the train window, watching London give way to countryside. It felt wrong being away. It was wrong. The bond is not meant to stretch so far. The castle's concern wrapped around him like warm arms. "Next summer, we must find a better solution." Next summer, Harry agreed. But first, there was this year to survive. The feast was exactly as Harry remembered, floating candles, enchanted ceiling, more food than any sane person could consume. He sat between Ron and Hermione, fielding questions about his summer, listening to their stories, letting the familiar chaos wash over him. But something was different this year. He felt it the moment he'd stepped through Hogwarts gates, a tension in the castle's awareness, a watchfulness that hadn't been there before. She was scanning the incoming students, examining each one with unusual intensity. "What's wrong?" Harry asked silently. "I don't know yet." The castle's response was troubled. "Something changed while you were away. Something I cannot identify. But there is a wrongness in my halls that was not here when you left." Harry's appetite evaporated. He forced himself to eat anyway, knowing he'd need his strength, while his mind raced through possibilities. Voldemort? The shade had been weakened, but not destroyed. Could it have found a new host, infiltrated the school somehow? The creature in the depths? Had the seals weakened further? Something else entirely? The sorting finished. Dumbledore gave his start-of-term announcements, nothing unusual, nothing alarming. But when Harry caught the headmaster's eye, he saw something there that confirmed his suspicions, concern, carefully hidden behind the trademark twinkle. "We need to talk," Harry thought. "Soon," the castle agreed. "But first, there is someone you should meet." She directed his attention to the staff table, to a figure Harry hadn't noticed before, a man with an elaborate golden mane of hair and a smile that seemed designed for camera flashes. His robes were peacock blue, and even from across the great hall, Harry could see the glint of perfectly white teeth. "Who is that?" "Gilderoy Lockhart. Your new defense against the dark arts professor." The castle's tone was carefully neutral. "He is, not what he appears to be." "What does that mean?" "It means you should be careful around him. Very careful." Harry filed the warning away as the feast concluded and students began streaming toward their common rooms. Whatever mysteries this year held, they would have to wait until morning. For now, he was home. And that was enough. The first week of term brought revelations. Harry had barely unpacked before the castle started feeding him information, security updates from the summer, changes in the ward structure, new protections Dumbledore had implemented around the third-floor corridor, now empty, the stone destroyed. But the real news came in whispers, fragments the castle had pieced together from overheard conversations and archived memories. There have been attacks, she told him. In the wider world. Muggleborns threatened. Dark marks appearing where they haven't been seen in years. The Ministry claims they're hoaxes, but you don't believe that. I believe something is stirring. Something old and hateful. The castle's presence was troubled. And I believe it has connections within these walls. Harry thought of the thing in the depths, the ancient horror the founders had sealed away. Could it be influencing events beyond the castle? Reaching out somehow? No, the castle said, sensing his thoughts. This is different. Human hatred, not ancient evil. But no less dangerous for that. The answer came sooner than Harry expected. Defense against the dark arts was held in a bright classroom on the second floor, decorated with portraits of Gilderoy Lockhart in various heroic poses. The man himself swept in with theatrical flair, flashing that camera-ready smile at a classroom full of second years. Welcome, welcome. To Defense Against the Dark Arts with me, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, but I don't talk about that. I didn't get rid of the Bandon Banshee by smiling at her. He paused for laughter. None came. Quite right, quite right. We're here to learn, not to admire. The smile never wavered. Now, let's see what you remember from last year. The quiz that followed was absurd, questions about Lockhart's favorite color, his birthday, his secret ambition. Harry answered randomly, his attention elsewhere, the castle whispering observations. He's a fraud, she said bluntly. Everything in his books, every adventure, every heroic deed, was stolen from others. He finds witches and wizards who've done remarkable things, then memory charms them and takes credit for their achievements. Harry's grip tightened on his quill. And Dumbledore hired him anyway. Dumbledore had limited options. The position is cursed, has been since Tom Riddle applied for it and was refused. No competent wizard wants the job. The castle paused. But there may be another reason. Lockhart is connected to certain pureblood families. Families with influence. Having him here allows Dumbledore to observe. Observe what? That is what we must discover. The class ended with Lockhart releasing a cage of Cornish pixies, which promptly trashed the room while the professor fled to his office. Harry and Hermione ended up doing most of the work to round them up, Hermione's freezing charm proving far more effective than anything Lockhart had attempted. He's useless, Ron said afterwards, picking pixie droppings out of his hair. Completely useless. We're going to learn nothing this year. Maybe that's the point, Harry murmured. His friends looked at him questioningly, but he just shook his head. The castle was still processing, still connecting threads he couldn't quite see. Something was building. Something more than a fraudulent professor. And Harry intended to find out what. October arrived with cold winds and troubling news. Harry felt it through the bond, a disturbance in the castle's deeper wards, something probing at barriers that had held for centuries. The sensation was subtle, like an itch at the edge of consciousness, but it was growing stronger. It's waking up, he realized during one of his nighttime training sessions. The thing in the depths. Something's disturbing it. Yes. The castle's response was heavy with old fear. But I don't understand why. The seals are holding. The binding remains strong. Yet it stirs as it hasn't stirred in decades. Could someone be trying to release it? Deliberately? I cannot imagine who would be so foolish. The castle paused. But there are forces at work within my walls that trouble me. Powers being gathered. Alliances being formed. Someone is planning something, and I cannot see clearly enough to know what. Harry redoubled his training. Every night after his friends fell asleep, he walked the castle's corridors, deepening his connection, learning to feel further into her depths. He practiced moving walls, sealing doors, commanding the suits of armor with increasing precision. But the castle could only teach him so much. Some things, he had to discover for himself. The attack came on Halloween. Harry was in the Great Hall for the feast when he felt it, a spike of wrongness, sharp and sudden, somewhere in the castle's upper floors. "What is that?" he demanded. "I don't know. I can't see, something is blocking me." Harry was on his feet and moving before conscious thought caught up. He pushed through crowds of students, ignoring Ron's shout of surprise, the castle guiding him through shortcuts and hidden passages. He emerged on the second floor to find chaos. Mrs. Norris hung from a torch bracket, stiff and unmoving. Beneath her, words had been written on the wall in what looked like blood: "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." Harry felt ice form in his chest. "The chamber," he breathed. "It's real. It's open." "Not the creature in the depths," the castle said quickly. "This is something else. Something from Slytherin's hidden lair, the place I cannot see." Students were gathering now, their voices rising in fear and confusion. Filch arrived and saw his cat, his face crumpling with grief. And then Dumbledore was there, McGonagall beside him, their expressions grim. "Everyone will proceed to their dormitories immediately," Dumbledore commanded. "Prefects, lead the way." Harry lingered as other students departed, catching the headmaster's eye. "We need to talk," he projected, knowing the castle would convey the message. Dumbledore's tiny nod confirmed he understood. The meeting happened that night, in the headmaster's office. "The Chamber of Secrets," Dumbledore said, his voice heavy. "I had hoped we would have more time." "You knew about it?" "I've known it existed since my time as Transfiguration professor. I suspected Voldemort opened it during his school years, suspected he was responsible for the death of Myrtle Warren." Dumbledore's eyes were distant. "But I could never prove it. And when he left, the chamber sealed itself. I thought it would stay sealed forever. Someone's opened it again." "So it would seem." Dumbledore leaned forward. "Harry, what has the castle shown you about the chamber?" "She can't see inside it. Slytherin built it to be hidden even from her." Harry hesitated. "But I found the entrance last year. In the second-floor bathroom." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. "You found it?" "I can speak Parseltongue. The entrance responds to the snake language." Silence stretched between them. The castle hummed nervously in Harry's mind. "That is, a significant development," Dumbledore said finally. "One that raises troubling questions." "You mean about why I can speak to snakes?" "Among other things." The headmaster's gaze was piercing. "Harry, I must be honest with you. I don't fully understand the nature of your bond with Hogwarts. Nor do I understand how you acquired the ability to speak Parseltongue. These are old magics, complex magics, and they intertwine in ways I cannot predict. You think the bond gave me the ability? I think it's possible. The castle holds memories of all 4 founders, including Slytherin. If some of those memories were transferred to you..." Dumbledore spread his hands. "But it's equally possible the ability comes from elsewhere. From your encounter with Voldemort as a baby. From your mother's sacrifice. From something we haven't yet considered." Harry thought about this. The castle was silent, uncertain, she didn't know either. "What do we do about the chamber?" he asked finally. "For now, we wait. The attack on Mrs. Norris was a warning, not a strike. Whoever opened the chamber wants to spread fear, not commit murder." Dumbledore's expression hardened. "But Harry, I must ask you not to go looking for the chamber on your own. Whatever is inside, whatever Slytherin left to guard his secrets, it killed once before. I will not risk losing you to curiosity. And if there are more attacks, then we will deal with them as they come. Together." Dumbledore stood, signaling the end of the meeting. "Trust me, Harry. And trust the castle. Between us, we will find the truth. Harry nodded and left, but unease coiled in his gut. Dumbledore was hiding something, he could feel it, the castle could feel it. Some piece of the puzzle that the headmaster wasn't sharing. Do you know what he's keeping back? Harry asked. No. But I will find out. The castle's resolve was iron. Whatever secrets hide within my walls, I will uncover them. I swear it. November brought more attacks. Colin Creevey, a Gryffindor first year who'd followed Harry around with a camera, was found petrified in a corridor. Then Justin Finch-Fletchley, a Hufflepuff, discovered in the library with a look of terror frozen on his face. The school was in an uproar. Parents demanded answers. The ministry sent investigators who asked questions no one could answer. And through it all, the whispers grew, Harry Potter was the heir of Slytherin. Harry Potter could speak to snakes. Harry Potter had opened the chamber. It's ridiculous, Hermione said furiously, slamming a book shut in the library. You were at the feast when Mrs. Norris was attacked. Dozens of people saw you. But I wasn't at the feast when Colin was petrified, Harry pointed out. I was training with the castle. That doesn't mean, I know what it doesn't mean. But people are scared, Hermione. Scared people don't think clearly. The hostility was palpable. Students who'd been friendly last year now crossed corridors to avoid him. Conversations stopped when he approached. Even some of the Gryffindors looked at him sideways, their trust shaken by the rumors. Only his core friends stayed loyal, Ron, fierce in his defense, Hermione, methodical in her research, Neville, quiet but steadfast. They're idiots, Ron declared one evening in the common room. Anyone who actually knows you knows you'd never hurt anyone. The people who know me aren't the problem. Harry stared into the fire. It's everyone else. You could end this, the castle suggested. Show them your power. Make them understand that you protect students, not threaten them. Fear won't win their trust. No. But it might win their silence. Harry shook his head, rejecting the temptation. The castle's instincts ran toward dominance, toward displays of strength. 1,000 years of being a fortress had shaped her that way. But Harry knew better. Power used to silence opposition only bred more opposition. He had to find another way. The opportunity came from an unexpected source. A dueling club had been organized, Lockhart's idea, though the actual instruction was provided by Professor Snape. The Great Hall was cleared, a long stage constructed, and students gathered to watch as the two professors demonstrated basic techniques. Harry stood in the crowd, the castle's attention sharpening as Snape's cold eyes found his. He's planning something, she warned. I can see it in his posture. What kind of something? I don't know. But be ready. The demonstration ended, and students were paired off for practice. To no one's surprise, Snape steered Draco Malfoy toward Harry. Let's see what the famous Harry Potter can do, Draco drawled, his wand raised. Harry met the other boy's eyes and saw something unexpected there, not hostility, but warning. A slight shake of the head, barely perceptible. He's trying to tell you something, the castle observed. But what? The duel began. Draco's first spell was a disarming charm, easily blocked. Harry responded with a mild stinging hex, which Draco dodged. They traded spells back and forth, neither gaining advantage. But Harry noticed Draco's movements were defensive, cautious, not the aggressive assault he'd expected. Then Snape's voice cut through the room, perhaps a more advanced demonstration. Malfoy, show Potter what you've learned. Draco's face went pale. For a moment, rebellion flickered in his eyes. Then he raised his wand and shouted, Serpensortia. A black snake burst from the tip of his wand, landing on the stage with a heavy thud. It was massive, 6 feet long, its scales glinting like oil in the torchlight. Screams erupted. Students scrambled backward. The snake reared, hood flaring, its eyes fixed on the nearest target, Justin Finch-Fletchley, standing frozen at the edge of the stage. Harry didn't think. He stepped forward, placing himself between the snake and Justin, and the words came without conscious effort, "Leave him alone. Back away." The snake stopped. Its head swayed, regarding Harry with something like intelligence. "As you command," it hissed back. "Master of the stone halls." It lowered itself to the floor and slithered back toward Draco, who vanished it with a flick of his wand. Silence filled the great hall. Absolute, ringing silence. Then the whispers started, building like a wave. He spoke to it. "He's a Parselmouth. He told it to attack Justin, I told it to leave Justin alone." Harry shouted, but his voice was drowned in the rising panic. "We need to leave," the castle urged. "Now." Harry let her guide him, doors opening ahead, students parting instinctively as the castle's influence cleared his path. He didn't stop until he was back in Gryffindor Tower, behind the safety of the fat lady's portrait. Ron and Hermione found him there minutes later, their faces pale. "Harry," Hermione said carefully, "you should know, the way it looked. I was trying to help Justin." "We know that. But everyone else saw a snake obeying your commands right after you spoke Parseltongue." She hesitated. "They think you called it off at the last second. Like you were playing with him." Harry's head dropped into his hands. "This is a disaster." "It's a setback," Ron said firmly. "Not a disaster. We'll figure this out." "We will," the castle agreed. "But the game has changed, Harry. Your enemies know what you can do now. They will use it against you. Let them try." Harry raised his head, his expression hardening. "I'm done playing defense. It's time to find out who really opened that chamber." The investigation began in earnest. Harry spent every free moment searching the castle's memories, looking for any clue about the Chamber of Secrets or its mysterious heir. The castle helped where she could, but her blind spots were frustrating. Anywhere Slytherin had specifically hidden from her remained dark and inaccessible. Hermione attacked the problem from the academic angle, devouring every book she could find on Hogwarts history and the founders. Ron provided practical support, covering for Harry during his long absences and keeping an ear to the ground for rumors. And slowly, patterns began to emerge. The attacks follow a progression, Hermione reported one evening in an empty classroom. Mrs. Norris first, not a student, but a beloved companion. Then Colin, a Muggle-born but young and unthreatening. Then Justin, older and more prominent. "So they're escalating," Ron said. "Or testing. Seeing what they can get away with." Hermione's expression was troubled. "The next attack will be bigger. More significant. Can we predict who? Maybe. If we can figure out the pattern." Hermione pulled out her notes. "All the victims have been Muggle-born or connected to Muggle-borns. The message on the wall mentioned enemies of the heir. Someone is targeting people they consider unworthy of magic." "The Malfoys' ideology," Harry said. "Yes. But Draco tried to warn you at the dueling club. I don't think he's the heir." "He's not." Harry had confirmed it through the castle. Draco spent his nights in the Slytherin dormitory, his movements tracked by portraits and ghosts. Whatever was opening the chamber, it wasn't coming from him. Then who? Harry didn't have an answer. But the castle was stirring, processing information, drawing connections. "There is another player," she said slowly. "Someone I've noticed but couldn't identify. A presence that moves through my halls but leaves no trace." "What do you mean, no trace?" "I mean they exist, but when I try to focus on them, they slip away. Like a blind spot that moves." The castle's frustration was palpable. "Slytherin's magic, I think. Some artifact or spell designed to hide from me. Can you track it?" "I'm trying. But it's like grasping smoke." December brought the answer, and nearly brought death. Harry was walking from the library when he felt it, a surge of dark magic, ancient and malevolent, somewhere in the castle's lower levels. The castle screamed warning into his mind, her attention fragmenting as she tried to track multiple threats at once. Hermione, she gasped. She's near the source. She's going to see. Harry ran. The castle cleared his path, stairways locking, shortcuts opening. He descended into the dungeon levels, following the thread of wrongness that pulsed through the bond. He found Hermione at a corridor junction, her wand raised, facing something Harry couldn't quite see. She was frozen, not petrified but paralyzed by shock, her eyes fixed on a mirror. A small hand mirror, held up before her face. And in the reflection, the ghost of something massive. Something with yellow eyes. Hermione, don't look. Harry's shout broke the spell. Hermione turned away just as the thing in the mirror lunged, and her body went rigid, crashing to the floor. Petrified. But not dead. The mirror had saved her. Harry caught a glimpse of movement at the edge of his vision, a figure retreating down the corridor, too fast to identify. He wanted to pursue, but Hermione was lying motionless at his feet, and he couldn't leave her. Who was that? He demanded. I couldn't see. The blind spot, it was there, right there, and then it was gone. The castle's voice was raw with fury. Someone is using Slytherin's own magic against me. Hiding within my walls like a parasite. We'll find them. Harry knelt beside Hermione, checking for vital signs. She was breathing, her eyes open but unseeing. Petrified, just like the others. But she'd been clever enough to use the mirror. Clever enough to survive. The creature in the chamber, Harry said. What is it? What has eyes that can kill? A basilisk. The castle's answer came with dread. The king of serpents. Its gaze means instant death, unless filtered through a reflection or the eyes of a ghost. Mrs. Norris saw its reflection in the water on the floor. Colin through his camera. Justin through nearly headless Nick. And Hermione through her mirror. The castle's presence wrapped around him, fierce with protective rage. It's been slithering through my pipes, Harry. The plumbing system, I never thought to watch it closely. Slytherin was cunning enough to build a path I wouldn't monitor. Harry lifted Hermione carefully, cradling her rigid form in his arms. He had to get her to the hospital wing. Had to make sure she was safe. But even as he walked, his mind was racing. A basilisk in the pipes. An heir who could command it. A blind spot that moved through the castle like a ghost. And Hermione, lying cold and still in his arms, the price of his failure to solve the mystery faster. No more, he swore. No more victims. Whatever it takes, we end this. We will, the castle promised. Together. The hospital wing was crowded with the petrified. Harry laid Hermione beside Colin and Justin, her body arranged on the narrow bed with care. Madame Pomfrey tooted and fussed, but her expression was grim. This was beyond her skills to cure. Mandrake restorative draft, she said. Professor Sprout's mandrakes won't be mature until spring. Until then. Until then, they waited. And hoped no one else joined them. Harry stayed by Hermione's bed until Ron arrived, his face white with shock and fear. She's going to be okay, Harry said, as much to convince himself as his friend. The mandrakes will mature. She'll wake up. But who did this? Ron's voice cracked. Who's attacking people? I don't know yet. But I'm going to find out. Ron looked at him, really looked, seeing something in Harry's expression that made him straighten. What do you need? Cover for me. I'm going into the chamber. Harry, that's suicide. Dumbledore said. Dumbledore doesn't know what I know. Harry's voice was steady, certain. The castle can guide me. And I can speak to snakes, which means I can speak to the basilisk. Speak to it? It's a giant murder serpent. It's also the only thing that knows who's commanding it. Harry met Ron's eyes. Hermione would do the same for me. You know she would. Ron was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. What do I tell people? That I'm investigating. That I'll be back. Harry clasped his friend's shoulder. Watch over her, Ron. Please. Always. Harry left the hospital wing, the castle's presence wrapping around him like armor. He walked to the second-floor bathroom, to the entrance that had waited all year for him to return. Are you ready? The castle asked. No. But I'm going anyway. Then I will be with you as far as I can reach. When you pass into the chamber. I know. I'll be on my own. Harry approached the tap with its tiny serpent marking. He thought of Hermione lying still and cold. Thought of the terror spreading through the school. Thought of the creature in the depths, the sealed horror that was older than the basilisk, older than Hogwarts itself. This year had been about fear. About waiting. About letting others control the narrative while he played defense. No more. Open, he hissed, and the chamber's entrance revealed itself once more. Harry took a breath. And descended into darkness. The pipe was long and slick with slime, dropping him deeper than he'd expected, deeper even than the dungeons, into levels of the castle that had been forgotten for centuries. I'm losing you, the castle said, her voice growing distant. The chamber's wards are blocking me. Harry, be careful, her presence faded to a whisper, then to silence. For the first time since the bonding, Harry was truly alone. The pipe deposited him in a dark tunnel, its walls carved with serpents that seemed to watch as he passed. His wand light pushed back the darkness, but only barely. This place seemed to swallow illumination, to resent any challenge to its ancient gloom. He walked for what felt like hours. Past massive snake skins shed centuries ago. Past vault doors etched with warnings in a language he somehow understood. Past chambers filled with treasures that would have made a dragon jealous. And finally, he reached the heart of the chamber. It was vast, a cathedral of darkness, its ceiling lost in shadow, its floor flooded with shallow water that reflected his wand light in rippling patterns. Massive pillars carved like serpents lined the walls, leading to a towering statue at the far end, Salazar Slytherin himself, rendered in stone, his face cruel and knowing. And at the base of the statue, curled in a massive coil, the basilisk slept. Harry's breath caught. The creature was enormous, easily 60 feet long, its scales gleaming darkly, its massive head resting on folded coils. It was beautiful in a terrible way, a perfect predator honed by centuries of waiting. He closed his eyes and spoke. Wake. The basilisk stirred. Its coils shifted, muscles rippling beneath armored scales. And then its voice filled the chamber, ancient and sibilant. Who disturbs my rest? Who enters the chamber of the great Slytherin? I am Harry Potter. I am bonded to the castle above. I come seeking answers. Silence. Harry kept his eyes closed, knowing that even through lids, the basilisk's gaze might prove fatal. Bonded to the castle. The serpent's voice was thoughtful. Yes, I taste it in your magic. You carry her essence in your blood. Someone has been commanding you to attack students. I need to know who. You do not command me, little speaker. I serve the heir of Slytherin. Only the heir may direct my actions. Who is the heir? The basilisk's laugh was a dry, terrible sound. You ask questions above your station. But I am old, and I am bored, and you are the first to speak to me in decades. So I will tell you a truth, speaker of the stone halls, there are two heirs. Two. One who commands by blood, one who commands by binding. The first came years ago, a young man with cold eyes and colder ambitions. He opened the chamber, released me to hunt, then left and did not return. Until recently. Tom Riddle. Voldemort. Harry's stomach churned. And the second heir? The second is newer. Younger. They come through an object, not in flesh, a piece of the first heir's soul, I think, riding in the mind of another. A Horcrux. Harry didn't know the word, but he understood the concept, a piece of soul, hidden away, granting a kind of immortality. Where is this object? I cannot see such things. I am a creature of flesh and venom, not magic and mind. The basilisk shifted, bringing its massive head closer to where Harry stood. But I can tell you this, the one who carries it does not know what they carry. They are a vessel, nothing more. A puppet dancing on strings they cannot see. Can you show me? Can you identify them? I could. But why should I? You are not my master. You cannot command me. Harry opened his eyes, just a crack, just enough to see the stone floor at his feet. No. I can't command you. But I can ask. Ask? The word dripped with contempt. I am the king of serpents. I do not answer to requests. Then answer because it serves your interest. Harry's voice hardened. The castle knows about you now. If you continue attacking students, she will find a way to stop you. She's been protecting children for 1,000 years, do you really think she'll let you threaten them forever? Silence. The basilisk's coils tightened, considering. The castle cannot reach the chamber. That is why Slytherin built it here. The castle couldn't reach it. But now she has me. Harry raised his eyes, meeting the basilisk's gaze through closed lids. I can speak your language. I can walk your halls. And I am bonded to a power older than you, older than Slytherin, older than anything in this school. You threaten me. I offer you a choice. Help me find the heir's puppet, stop the attacks, and we can coexist. Or refuse, and discover what happens when an ancient magical fortress decides you're too dangerous to tolerate. The basilisk was silent for a long, long moment. Harry felt sweat dripping down his spine, his heart hammering against his ribs. Then the serpent laughed again, a different sound this time, almost approving. You have courage, little speaker. And cunning. Perhaps you are more Slytherin than you know. The massive coils began to unwind. Very well. I will show you what I have seen. But you must promise me something in return. What? When this is over, when the false heir is defeated, you will come back. You will speak with me again. I have been alone in this darkness for centuries. Even a king grows weary of solitude. Harry felt a complex mix of emotions, pity for the ancient creature, wariness of its nature, understanding of its loneliness. I promise. Then close your eyes, and I will show you. Images flooded Harry's mind, visions seen through the basilisk's eyes. A girl with red hair, walking trance-like through the corridors. A small black book clutched in her hands. Words appearing on pages, conversations with something that wasn't human. Ginny Weasley. Ron's little sister. Harry's blood ran cold. She doesn't know, the basilisk confirmed. The book controls her. It has been building strength all year, feeding on her fear and confusion. Soon it will be powerful enough to manifest, and then the first heir will return in truth. Tom Riddle. Rising again. Using an innocent girl as his vessel. I have to stop it. Then you had best hurry, little speaker. The book's power grows with each attack. One more, perhaps two, and it will have what it needs. Harry was already running, racing back through the tunnels, his mind spinning with the implications. The castle's presence crashed back into him the moment he left the chamber's wards, overwhelming in its intensity. Harry. Thank the founders, you're alive, Ginny Weasley, Harry sent back. She has a book. A diary. It's controlling her, using her to open the chamber. Ron's sister. The castle's shock was palpable. How is that possible? It's a piece of Voldemort. Part of his soul, hidden in an object. We have to find her before it's too late. I'm searching now. But Harry, if the diary is controlling her, destroying it might hurt her too. Then we don't destroy it. We separate it from her first. And if that's not possible? Harry didn't answer. He was climbing now, ascending through passages the castle opened ahead of him, racing against a clock he couldn't see. Ginny Weasley was innocent. A victim, not a villain. Whatever it took, he would save her. He had to. He found her in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. She was standing before the mirror, the diary open in her hands, ink-black words crawling across its pages. Her eyes were empty, her face slack, no trace of the vibrant girl Ron had described. Ginny. Harry's voice was steady. Put the diary down. She didn't respond. Didn't even seem to hear him. The book has her completely, the castle warned. She can't break free on her own. Harry stepped closer, his wand ready. The diary seemed to sense him, its pages rustled, and the words on them shifted, forming a new message, A.H., Harry Potter. I wondered when you'd come. Tom Riddle. Harry kept his eyes on Ginny. Let her go. Why would I do that? She's been so useful. All that fear, all that confusion, delicious. She's a child. She's a vessel. A means to an end. Just like the boy who bought this diary at a second-hand shop. Just like the professor who carried me into Hogwarts. Harry felt cold. Lockhart. A convenient fool. He found the diary in Knockturn Alley, recognized its value, brought it here. He doesn't even know he was used. The castle was feeding Harry information now, Lockhart's movements, his possession of the diary before it somehow ended up in Ginny's hands. A Christmas gift, perhaps. A book that seemed to listen, to understand. It doesn't matter how you got here. It's over now. Is it? The words on the page seemed to laugh. I don't think so. Ginny has given me so much power. Enough to start becoming real again. And when I'm real. You'll what? Kill me? Take over Hogwarts? Take over? No. I have bigger plans. The diary's pages flipped, revealing something Harry hadn't seen before, a figure, drawn in ink, rising from the paper like a ghost given form. I'm going to free what the Founders imprisoned. The thing in the depths. The hunger that waits. Harry's blood turned to ice. He knows, the castle breathed. He knows about the binding. Can you feel it, Harry? The ink figure was more solid now, features forming, eyes taking shape. Tom Riddle, 16 years old, handsome and terrible. The creature beneath the school. I found it, years ago. Studied it. Learned what the Founders did to contain it. They sealed it away. They weakened themselves to build a prison. Riddle's form stepped away from the diary, impossibly solid for something made of memory and magic. But prisons can be opened. And that creature, that beautiful, hungry thing, it promised me power beyond imagining if I freed it. You're insane. It would devour you like everyone else. No. It recognized me. A soul broken and shared, spread across objects and people. It found that. Interesting. Riddle smiled, and the expression was pure malice. It offered me a deal, Harry. Help it escape, and it would share its power. Eternal life. Eternal hunger. We would be partners in darkness. Harry felt the castle's terror, not for herself, but for what Riddle was suggesting. The creature in the depths had been bound by the Founder's sacrifice. If it escaped. I won't let you, Harry said. You can't stop me. Riddle gestured, and the diary flew from Ginny's hands into his. I have the girl's life force. I have the basilisk's power. And I have knowledge of the binding's weaknesses. You also have me. Harry raised his wand, and the castle answered his call. The bathroom shattered. Sinks exploded. Walls cracked. Every piece of Hogwarts within reach responded to Harry's command, transforming the room into a weapon aimed at Tom Riddle's impossible form. Riddle's eyes widened, the first crack in his confidence. "You're bonded," he breathed. "Truly bonded. I thought the old magic was lost. It wasn't lost. It was waiting." Harry stepped forward, and the castle moved with him, stones grinding, power building. For someone who would use it right. "This changes nothing. I will, you will nothing." Harry reached out, not with his hand, but with the bond. The castle's power flowed through him, ancient and vast, and he directed it at the one thing keeping Riddle anchored to reality, the diary. The book burst into flames. Riddle screamed, a sound that was half fury, half agony. His form began to dissolve, ink running like blood, features blurring. "This isn't over," he shrieked. "There are more of me. More pieces. You can't destroy them all, watch me." The flames consumed the diary. Riddle's form collapsed, folding in on itself, shrinking to nothing. And in the sudden silence that followed, Ginny Weasley gasped and opened her eyes. What happened?" She was shaking, confused, tears streaming down her face. Harry knelt beside her, the castle's presence gentle now, soothing. "It's over," he said. "The diary's gone. It can't hurt you anymore. I remember doing things, terrible things, but I couldn't stop." Her voice broke. "Harry, I'm so sorry. I didn't know what it was, I know. None of this was your fault." Ron burst through the ruined bathroom doorway, his face white with panic that transformed to relief when he saw his sister. "Ginny. You're okay, Harry, what happened?" "Long story." Harry helped Ginny to her feet. Short version, the diary was controlling her. It was a piece of Voldemort. "I destroyed it." Ron's eyes went to the smoking ashes on the floor. "You destroyed a piece of you-know-who. With the castle's help." "It was all you," the castle demurred. "I merely provided the power. You directed it." The professors arrived minutes later, Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, all of them staring at the destruction with varying degrees of shock. Harry explained everything, the basilisk, Riddle's diary, the connection to the creature in the depths. Dumbledore listened with an expression that grew grimmer with each revelation. "A Horcrux," he said finally. "That's what Tom created. A piece of his soul, anchored to an object. I suspected, but..." He said there were more. Other pieces. The old man closed his eyes, and for a moment, he looked every one of his years. "Then our work is not finished. But for today." He looked at Ginny, at Ron, at Harry. "For today, you've won. You saved an innocent girl and destroyed a terrible artifact. Well done, Harry. Well done indeed." The term ended quietly after that. The petrified students were restored when the mandrakes matured, Hermione embracing Harry so tightly he thought his ribs might crack. Lockhart was exposed as a fraud and fled the school before he could be arrested. Ginny received counseling and support, her family rallying around her with fierce protectiveness. And Harry walked the castle's corridors, feeling her pride and satisfaction humming through every stone. "You did well this year," she said. "Better than I could have hoped. I had help. You had guidance. The doing was yours." Harry smiled and pressed his hand against the nearest wall, feeling her warmth beneath his palm. "Same time next year?" he asked aloud. "I wouldn't miss it for the world." The Hogwarts Express carried him back to London, to another summer with the Dursleys. But this time, the prospect didn't seem so terrible. He was bonded to a castle. He'd faced dark wizards and ancient serpents and pieces of shattered souls. A few months with his aunt and uncle. He could handle that. And when September came, Hogwarts would be waiting. His home. His partner. His heart. Always. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, What the Founders Feared. Third year began with thunder. Harry felt the storm rolling in hours before it reached the castle, a wall of black clouds sweeping down from the Scottish Highlands, carrying something more than rain. The castle's mood had shifted the moment he'd stepped off the Hogwarts Express, her usual warmth of welcome tempered by an undercurrent of unease. Something's wrong, Harry thought as he climbed into the thestral-drawn carriages. What aren't you telling me? Dementors, the castle replied, and her voice carried centuries of revulsion. The Ministry has stationed them around my grounds. They claim it's for protection. Protection from what? Sirius Black. The name hit Harry like a physical blow. He'd heard it over the summer, whispered on Wizarding Wireless, screamed from newspaper headlines. Sirius Black, the first person ever to escape from Azkaban. Sirius Black, convicted mass murderer. Sirius Black, who had betrayed Harry's parents to Voldemort. He's why they're here. The Ministry believes he's coming for you. That he escaped specifically to finish what his master started. The castle's presence wrapped around him, protective and fierce. I will not allow those creatures near my students. Whatever the Ministry claims. Harry said nothing, but his hands had clenched into fists. Sirius Black. The man who'd sold his parents to their deaths. If Black came to Hogwarts, Harry would be ready. The feast that night was subdued. Dumbledore's announcement about the Dementors cast a pall over the usual celebration. Harry watched his fellow students' faces, the fear in the younger years, the forced bravado of the older ones, and felt the castle's anger simmering beneath his feet. They have no right, she seethed. Those things feed on happiness. On hope. Every moment they remain near my walls, they drain my children of joy. Can you keep them out? I can keep them from entering. But I cannot prevent them from affecting those who venture beyond my gates. The castle's frustration was palpable. The Ministry has tied my hands with their own fear. Harry filed this away, another problem to solve. But his attention was drawn to the staff table, where a new face sat among the professors. The man was shabby, his robes patched and worn, his face lined with scars and exhaustion. But his eyes were sharp, watchful, and when they met Harry's, something flickered there, recognition, perhaps. Or memory. Remus Lupin, the castle supplied. Your new defense against the dark arts professor. He was a student here, years ago. A friend of your father's. Harry's breath caught. He knew my dad. Knew him well. They were inseparable, the four of them, James Potter, Remus Lupin, Sirius Black, and Peter Pettigrew. The castle's tone turned dark. Before Black's betrayal tore them apart. Harry looked at Lupin with new eyes. A connection to his father. A window into the past he'd never known. And perhaps, if he was lucky, some answers to questions he'd been afraid to ask. The first week of term brought challenges on multiple fronts. The Dementor's presence was oppressive, a weight that pressed down on everyone who ventured near the boundaries of the grounds. Harry felt it more acutely than most, the castle's sensitivity to the creatures transmitted through their bond, making him aware of their cold hunger at all times. They're searching, the castle reported during one of Harry's nighttime walks. Probing my defenses. Testing for weaknesses. Can they find any? No. My wards have held against worse than soul-eating wraiths. Pride colored her voice. But their presence disturbs the deeper protections. The seals on the ancient binding are restless. Harry stopped walking. The thing in the depths. It senses the Dementors. Kindred spirits, perhaps, both creatures that feed on human suffering. The castle's unease was palpable. It stirs more than it has in years. Dreams of freedom. Of feeding. Is the binding holding? For now. But the balance is delicate. Too much pressure, too much disturbance, and cracks may form. Harry resumed his walk, his mind churning. The creature in the depths had been a background concern, always present, always dangerous, but contained. If the Dementors were somehow destabilizing the ancient prison. We need to get rid of them, he thought. The Dementors. They're a threat to more than just student happiness. Agreed. But how? The Ministry insists they remain. Then we convince the Ministry otherwise. And if they refuse to be convinced? Harry's jaw tightened. Then we find another way. Defense against the dark arts became Harry's favorite class. Professor Lupin was everything Lockhart hadn't been: competent, thoughtful, genuinely interested in his students' understanding. He taught practical magic, boggats and red caps, grindylows and hinky-punks, with a patience that never wavered. And he noticed Harry. Not with the fawning attention of someone starstruck by the boy who lived, but with the careful observation of someone who saw more than surface. Harry caught Lupin watching him during lessons, his expression thoughtful, almost wistful. The confrontation came 3 weeks into term. "Mr. Potter," Lupin said after class one afternoon, "might I have a word?" Harry remained as the other students filed out, the castle alert and watchful around him. "You've been struggling with the Dementors," Lupin said without preamble. "I've noticed you avoiding the grounds near the boundaries. They affect me more than others." Harry saw no point in hiding it. "The castle's bond makes me sensitive to their presence." Lupin's expression flickered, surprise, followed by something deeper. "You speak of the bond openly. Should I not? Most would consider it a secret worth guarding." Lupin moved to his desk, his movements careful, controlled. "But then, you're not most students, are you?" "I'm not sure what you mean." "I think you do." Lupin turned to face him. "I knew your father, Harry. We were best friends at Hogwarts, he and I and others." Sirius Black. Harry's voice was flat. Pain crossed Lupin's face. "Yes. Sirius was part of our group. Before he betrayed my parents." "Yes." The word was heavy. "Before that." Silence stretched between them. Harry felt the castle's attention sharpening, her curiosity piqued. "I didn't know," Lupin said finally. "I didn't know what Sirius had done until after. By then, James and Lily were dead, Peter was dead, and Sirius was in Azkaban." His voice cracked. "I lost everyone in a single night. Why are you telling me this?" "Because I want you to understand something." Lupin met Harry's eyes. "The boy I knew, the Sirius I grew up with, he loved James like a brother. He would have died for him without hesitation. Whatever happened, whatever turned him to Voldemort's side, it wasn't the person I knew. People change." "Yes. They do." Lupin's smile was sad. "But sometimes, Harry, the truth is more complicated than it appears. Sometimes what we believe happened isn't what actually occurred." Harry felt something stir, a memory from the castle, fragmentary and unclear. Something about the night his parents died. Something about a secret keeper. "What do you know?" he asked silently. "I'm not certain," the castle replied. "There are gaps in my knowledge of that night. Events that happened beyond my walls. But something troubles me about the accepted story." Harry filed this away, another thread to pursue when he had time. "Professor," he said aloud, "you mentioned I was struggling with the Dementors. Is there a way to fight them?" Lupin's expression lightened slightly. "There is. It's called the Patronus Charm. Advanced magic, but—" He studied Harry with renewed interest. "Given what you've already accomplished, I suspect you might be capable of learning it. Will you teach me? If you're willing to put in the work." Harry extended his hand. "Deal." Lupin shook it, and something shifted between them, a connection forged, a bridge built across years of loss and loneliness. "He can be trusted," the castle observed. His heart is true, whatever secrets he carries. Everyone carries secrets, Harry replied. It's what they do with them that matters. The Patronus lessons began in October. They met in an empty classroom after hours, Lupin producing a boggart he'd captured specifically for training purposes. When the trunk opened and the Dementor shape emerged, Harry felt the familiar cold wash over him, the despair, the hopelessness, the echoes of his mother's screams. Happy memories, Lupin instructed. The Patronus is powered by joy, by love. Think of the happiest moment of your life and channel it through your wand. Harry closed his eyes and searched. The obvious choices presented themselves: Ron's friendship, Hermione's loyalty, the first time the castle had spoken to him. But something deeper stirred, a memory the castle herself had shown him, his parents dancing in the great hall on their wedding night, their joy so bright it seemed to illuminate the very stones. Not his memory. But somehow, it felt like it was. Expecto Patronum. Silver mist erupted from his wand, not a full Patronus, but something. The boggart Dementor hesitated, confused. Excellent. Lupin was grinning. Most people can't produce anything on their first attempt. Try again. Harry tried again. And again. Each time, the mist grew stronger, more substantial. By the third lesson, something emerged from the silver, a shape, massive and four-legged. Is that? Lupin's voice was strange. Harry, do you see what your Patronus is becoming? Harry looked at the silver form. Not a stag, as he'd half expected, knowing his father's form. Something bigger. Something made of angles and arches and impossible geometry. It's the castle, he breathed. My Patronus is Hogwarts. The silver shape solidified, towers and turrets, walls and wards, a fortress of light that blazed against the darkness. The boggart Dementor shrieked and fled, unable to face such concentrated joy. Lupin sat down heavily in the nearest chair. I've never seen anything like that, he said quietly. A Patronus shaped like a building. It shouldn't be possible. But it is, the castle hummed in Harry's mind. You carry me in your heart, and your magic reflects that truth. Harry looked at his Patronus, at the shining image of his home, and felt something settle deep in his chest. Whatever the Dementors threatened, whatever darkness gathered, he had a weapon now. And it was made of love. November brought revelations. Harry was in the library, researching the history of the Founder's binding, when Hermione slammed a book down in front of him. I found something, she said, her voice tight with excitement. About the creature in the depths. Harry's attention snapped to focus. What? It's mentioned in Bathilda Bagshot's original notes, the ones that never made it into the published history. Hermione's eyes were bright. The Founders didn't just stumble on this location, Harry. They were guided here. By a prophecy. Prophecy? The castle's interest sharpened. I have no memory of this. What kind of prophecy? Listen. Hermione read from the book, for shall come to seal the dark, where old one sleeps beneath the mark. Build in stone a cage of light, ward against the endless night. When the fifth joins four as one, the binding's work will be undone, or strengthened past all measure known, should the fifth make the light their own. Harry felt cold spread through his chest. The fifth. That's me. It has to be. You're the first true bond keeper since the Founders themselves. Hermione's expression was a mixture of excitement and fear. Harry, this prophecy says you'll either break the binding or strengthen it beyond anything the Founders imagined. How do I know which? I don't know. The prophecy doesn't say. She hesitated. But there's more. Look at this. She showed him another passage, handwritten in faded ink, the old one hungers. It promised the cold air power if freed. The cold air sought its chamber, spoke with the Serpent King, learned secrets of the binding. We fear the cold air will return. We fear the fifth may be cold or warm, and only time will tell. The cold air, Harry said slowly. That's Voldemort. Riddle. He knew about the creature. He made a deal with it. Hermione's voice dropped. And according to this, he learned secrets about the binding that even the founders didn't want recorded. Harry thought about the diary. About Tom Riddle's words before the end, there are more of me. More pieces. Horcruxes. Soul fragments, scattered across the world. And if Riddle had learned the binding's secrets from the creature itself, he might know how to break it. The castle finished his thought. If he returns fully, if he regains his power, he might be able to free the old one. We need to find the other Horcruxes, Harry said. Before Voldemort can use them to come back. How? We don't even know what they are, let alone where. Harry closed his eyes, reaching deep into the bond. The castle's memories swirled around him, centuries of knowledge, fragments of dark magic observed and catalogued. The castle might know, he said. Or at least, she might know where to start looking. I can search, the castle agreed. My awareness extends beyond these walls in limited ways. Objects touched by deep magic leave traces. If the Horcruxes are hidden in places I've touched, I may be able to sense them. Do it, Harry said. We're running out of time. December brought Sirius Black to Hogwarts. Harry was in the Gryffindor common room when the castle's alarm screamed through his mind. A presence, dark and desperate, had breached the outer wards. Where? Harry demanded, already on his feet. The astronomy tower. He came in through a window, flew somehow. He's moving toward the Gryffindor dormitories. Harry's wand was in his hand before he'd consciously reached for it. Around him, other students were looking up, disturbed by some sound or sensation they couldn't identify. Everyone stay here, Harry commanded. Lock the door behind me. Harry, what? Ron began. Black. He's inside the castle. He was through the portrait hole before anyone could stop him, the castle guiding his steps, clearing his path. He's fast, she reported. Knows the shortcuts. He was a student here, he remembers. Can you stop him? I'm trying. But he's slippery. Moving in ways I can't predict. Harry ran, his feet pounding against stone that shifted to speed his passage. Stairs straightened. Corridors shortened. The castle was doing everything she could to help him intercept. He rounded a corner and found himself face to face with Sirius Black. The man was gaunt, skeletal, his once handsome face ravaged by 12 years in Azkaban. His eyes were wild, his hair a matted tangle. But when he saw Harry, something shifted in those haunted eyes, not malice, but something else. Something like desperate hope. Harry, Black breathed. You look so much like James. Don't speak my father's name. Harry's wand was leveled at Black's chest. You betrayed him. You got him killed. No. The word was ragged, broken. No, I didn't. I would never, Harry, please, you have to listen. Why should I listen to anything you say? Because I'm innocent. Black took a step forward, then stopped when Harry's wand sparked. I didn't betray James. I wasn't the secret keeper. It was Peter Pettigrew. He believes what he's saying, the castle observed. His heart rate, his physiological responses, he genuinely believes he's telling the truth. That doesn't mean he is. Pettigrew is dead, Harry said coldly. You killed him. He's not dead. He faked his death. He's been hiding, all these years, hiding as, Black's voice cracked. Harry, I know how this sounds. I know you have no reason to believe me. But I swear on your father's memory, I swear on everything I've ever loved, I am innocent. Harry hesitated. Something in Black's desperation felt genuine. Something in the castle's assessment rang true. "The night your parents died," the castle said slowly. "I've always felt something was wrong with the accepted story. There are gaps. Inconsistencies." "Like what?" "Like why Black would betray people he loved, then wait at the scene to be arrested. Like why he never received a trial. Like why the evidence against him was never examined closely." Harry's wand didn't waver, but his certainty did. "Professor Lupin said you were like a brother to my father." "I was. I am." Black's eyes were wet. "James was the best friend I ever had. I would have died for him 1,000 times over. I would never, ever have betrayed him." "Then why were you the secret keeper?" "I wasn't." Black's voice dropped. "We switched at the last minute. James wanted me, but I thought I was too obvious. I convinced them to use Peter instead. I thought it would be safer." His laugh was bitter, broken. "I was wrong. So terribly wrong." Harry felt the pieces shifting in his mind. A puzzle rearranging itself into a new configuration. "Pettigrew is alive?" "Yes. I saw him on a map, a magical map I helped create years ago. He's here, Harry. At Hogwarts. He's been here all along, hiding in plain sight. The Marauder's map, the castle supplied. For students created it, James Potter, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew. It shows every person in the castle." "Where is he?" Harry demanded. "If Pettigrew is really alive, where is he hiding?" Black's expression twisted. "With one of the students. Disguised as a pet." "A pet." Harry's blood went cold. "Ron's rat. Scabbers." The castle confirmed it instantly. "There is a presence in the Gryffindor dormitory that I've never been able to see clearly. I assumed it was the rat's natural magic resistance. But if Pettigrew is an animagus." "He's in Gryffindor Tower," Harry said. "He's been there all along. Right next to me." Black's face lit with desperate hope. "Then you believe me?" "I believe something's wrong with the official story." Harry lowered his wand slightly. "I'm going to investigate. If you're telling the truth, I am. I swear it. Then come with me. Help me catch him." They moved together through the castle, an unlikely alliance forged in desperation. The castle guided them, her awareness focused on the Gryffindor dormitory where Ron slept beside his pet rat. But when they arrived, Scabbers was gone. "He knew," Black snarled. "The map, I was using it to track him. He must have seen me coming and fled." Harry reached through the bond, extending his awareness through the castle's vast network. "I'm searching," the castle reported. "But if he's shifted to rat form, he'll be almost impossible to find." Harry's frustration boiled over. "Damn it. We can still catch him." Black's eyes were feverish. "The map shows everyone. If we can get to it, where is it?" "Filch's office. He confiscated it years ago." Harry didn't hesitate. "Then let's go." The map was where Black had said it would be, buried in a drawer full of confiscated items, its surface blank until Harry spoke the words Black whispered, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." Ink lines spread across the parchment, forming a perfect representation of Hogwarts and its grounds. Tiny dots moved through corridors, each labeled with a name. And there, scurrying through the dungeons toward an exit Harry had never seen, Peter Pettigrew. "He's running," Harry said. "Heading for the forest. We have to stop him. If he escapes, he won't." Harry reached through the bond and asked the castle for help. She responded with fierce joy. Walls shifted. Corridors rearranged. The exit Pettigrew was heading for suddenly wasn't there anymore, replaced by solid stone, impenetrable. On the map, the dots stopped. Turned. Began searching frantically for another way out. Trapped, Harry breathed. "Now let's go get him." They found Pettigrew in a dead-end corridor, his rat form abandoned, his human shape cowering against a wall that refused to let him pass. He was a small, watery-eyed man, his face rodent-like even in human form. When he saw Black, he let out a whimper of terror. "Sirius. Old friend. You must understand, don't." Black's voice was ice. "Don't you dare call me friend. I had no choice. The Dark Lord, he would have killed me, so you betrayed James instead. Betrayed Lily. Betrayed their son." Harry stepped forward, and Pettigrew's eyes went wide with new terror. "Harry Potter," the man breathed. "You look so much like, don't speak my father's name." Harry's voice was cold. "You don't have the right. Please, please, Harry, I was only trying to survive, you were the secret keeper. You told Voldemort where to find my parents." Harry's wand rose, steady as stone. "You got them killed. And then you framed Sirius. Let him rot in Azkaban for 12 years while you hid as a pet rat." Harry felt the castle's rage mixing with his own, a tide of righteous fury. "Give me one reason why I shouldn't let the castle crush you where you stand." Pettigrew's eyes darted between Harry and Black, searching for weakness, finding none. "The Dark Lord," he whimpered. "He'll return. He's already returning. If you kill me, we're not going to kill you." Lupin's voice came from behind them, calm and measured. The professor had arrived silently, his wand drawn. "We're going to take you to the ministry. You're going to confess. And Sirius is going to be free." "No." Pettigrew lunged for his wand, but the castle was faster. The floor opened beneath him, just a few inches, just enough to trap his feet in suddenly solid stone. His wand flew from his hand, caught by Lupin. "The castle really doesn't like you," Harry observed. Pettigrew's response was a whimper. The aftermath was chaos, but the right kind. Pettigrew was turned over to the ministry under heavy guard. His confession, extracted under Veritaserum, confirmed everything Black had said. Within days, Sirius Black was officially exonerated, his name cleared, his freedom restored. The Dementors were withdrawn from Hogwarts grounds. The ministry, embarrassed by their failures, scrambled to make amends. And Harry found himself standing in the headmaster's office, facing his godfather for the first time since that night in the corridor. "I'm sorry," Sirius said. "For everything. For not being there. For letting them take me without a fight. You didn't know. I should have. I should have protected you better." Sirius's eyes were bright with tears he refused to shed. "James made me your godfather because he trusted me to look after you if anything happened. And I failed. You were in Azkaban. That's not an excuse." "No." Harry met his godfather's eyes. "It's an explanation. There's a difference." Sirius stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled. "You really are their son," he said softly. "Both of them. James's courage and Lily's wisdom. I've been told. Will you, that is?" Sirius hesitated. "I know you have your life here. Your friends, your bond with the castle. But if you ever wanted. I have a house. It's not much, but it's yours. If you want it." Harry felt something shift in his chest. Not the bond, something more personal. Something human. "I'd like that," he said. "Not to leave Hogwarts. But to have somewhere to go. Someone to. Family." Sirius offered. "Yeah." Harry's voice cracked slightly. "Family." Sirius embraced him, and Harry let himself be held. The castle's warmth surrounded them both, approving, welcoming this new addition to their strange little family. "He can be trusted," she observed. "His love for you is genuine." "I know," Harry replied. "I think I've always known." The Christmas holidays brought peace and planning. Harry stayed at Hogwarts, he always did, but now Sirius joined him, officially taking up residence as a consultant on castle security. The excuse was thin, but no one questioned it. They spent long hours together, walking the corridors, sharing memories. Sirius told Harry about James, the pranks, the laughter, the fierce loyalty that had defined the Marauders. Harry shared what the castle had shown him, fragments of his parents' lives, moments preserved in ancient stone. "I wish I could have known them," Harry said one evening, sitting in the room of requirement while Sirius paced before a roaring fire. "They would have been so proud of you." Sirius's voice was rough. "What you've done here, what you've become, James would have burst his buttons bragging about you." "And my mother? Lily?" Sirius smiled. "She would have worried. She always worried about James, about his recklessness. But she also would have trusted you. She had this way of seeing the best in people, of believing they'd rise to meet her expectations." He paused. "You have her eyes, you know. Everyone says it, but it's true. Looking at you is like—" He couldn't finish. Harry didn't need him to. "The Horcruxes," the castle reminded gently. "We haven't forgotten our search." "I know." Harry pulled his attention back to the present. "Sirius, I need to tell you something. About Voldemort." He explained everything, the Horcruxes, the prophecy, the creature in the depths. Sirius listened without interruption, his expression growing grimmer with each revelation. "So the bastard found a way to cheat death," Sirius said finally. "Figures. Tom Riddle was always obsessed with immortality." "You knew him?" "Of him. The older students talked about him when I was young, this brilliant, charming wizard who'd done such great things at Hogwarts." Sirius's lip curled. "Then we found out what he really was. He made multiple Horcruxes. The diary was one. There are others. Any idea where?" "The castle is searching. But her reach is limited." Harry hesitated. "There's something else. Something Voldemort learned from the creature in the depths. Secrets about the binding." Sirius went very still. "The binding that holds the old one? You know about it?" "Everyone who's truly bonded to pure-blood traditions knows the legends. Something terrible, imprisoned beneath Hogwarts by the founders themselves." Sirius's expression was grave. "If Voldemort learned how to break that binding, then stopping him isn't just about preventing his return. It's about preventing the end of everything." Silence fell between them. The fire crackled. The castle hummed her endless vigil. "What do you need?" Sirius asked finally. "Tell me what to do and I'll do it. Help me hunt the Horcruxes, the information Voldemort found. If we can destroy them, eliminate them before he returns. Then we cut him off at the knees." Sirius nodded slowly. "I'm in. Whatever it takes." Harry felt something warm spread through his chest. Not the bond, something simpler. Something like hope. He had allies now. A godfather. Friends. A castle that loved him. Whatever darkness was coming, he wouldn't face it alone. January brought disturbing news. "I found something," the castle announced during one of Harry's nighttime walks. "A Horcrux. I think." Harry stopped mid-stride. "Where?" "Little Hangleton. A village in the south of England. There's a structure there, an old house, abandoned for decades, that pulses with dark magic. The same signature as the diary." "How do you know about it?" "I thought your reach was limited to places you'd touched." "I had help." The castle's tone was strange. "The old one showed me." Harry felt ice form in his stomach. "You've been communicating with the creature in the depths?" "Not intentionally. But it speaks, sometimes. In my dreams, if stones can dream. It whispered about the cold air's treasures. About the pieces of soul scattered across the world. The castle's presence shivered. I think it wants them found. Wants them destroyed. Why would it want that? Voldemort promised to free it. The old one is ancient, Harry. Older than human magic, older than language itself. It plays games with time that we cannot comprehend. The castle paused. I believe it is testing you. Seeing if you are worthy of being the fifth, the one who will either break the binding or strengthen it. And if I fail its test, then it will find another way to escape. It has infinite patience. We do not. Harry absorbed this. The creature was using them, manipulating events from its prison, playing both sides against the middle. But if that manipulation led them to Horcruxes, we use its information, Harry decided. But we don't trust it. Ever. Agreed. The castle's relief was palpable. I was afraid you might be tempted. By power from something that wants to devour magical children? No. Harry's resolve was iron. Whatever it takes to stop Voldemort, whatever it takes to protect the school, I'll do it. But not by becoming the monster I'm fighting. That, the castle said softly, is why I chose you. February brought action. Harry, Sirius, and Lupin traveled to Little Hangleton under cover of darkness. The castle couldn't accompany them directly, but Harry felt her awareness stretched as far as it would go, a lifeline connecting him to home. The gaunt shack was exactly as the castle had described, a rotting structure, barely standing, reeking of dark magic. The wards around it were formidable, but they were designed to keep out ministry wizards, not someone bonded to the most powerful magical fortress in Britain. Harry reached through the bond and borrowed strength. The wards shattered. Impressive, Sirius murmured as they entered. You'll have to teach me that trick. I don't think it works without a castle. They found the Horcrux beneath a floorboard, a ring, gold, set with a cracked black stone. The moment Harry saw it, the castle screamed warning into his mind. Don't touch it. There's a curse. Harry's hand stopped an inch from the ring. Trapped, he reported. Something nasty. Lupin moved forward, his wand tracing complex patterns. A death curse. Triggered by touch. Nasty work, Voldemort's signature, if I'm not mistaken. Can you disarm it? With time. Keep watch. Sirius and Harry stood guard while Lupin worked. The night pressed close around them, full of shadows that seemed to move when Harry wasn't looking directly at them. Something's coming, the castle warned. Dark magic, approaching fast. We have company, Harry said quietly. They emerged from the shadows like nightmares given form, Death Eaters, at least a dozen, their masks gleaming in the moonlight. Harry Potter, one of them drawled. The Dark Lord will be so pleased. Harry raised his wand, but Sirius was faster. Protego Horribilis. A shield of silver light erupted between them and the Death Eaters. Curses splashed against it, dissipating harmlessly. Lupin. Sirius shouted. How much longer? Almost, got it. The Death Eaters were pressing forward, their combined assault beginning to crack Sirius's shield. Harry stepped forward, reaching for the castle's strength. Power flowed through him, not the castle herself, but an echo of her, a fragment of her vast magical reserve. Harry channeled it through his wand, and the night erupted in light. Expecto Patronum. The silver fortress exploded from his wand, massive and blazing. It crashed into the Death Eaters like a tidal wave, scattering them, driving them back. Done. Lupin snatched up the ring, its curse neutralized. Let's go. They disapparated before the Death Eaters could regroup, appearing moments later on the edge of Hogwarts grounds. The castle's wards embraced them, welcoming them home. That was too close, Sirius panted. They knew we were coming. The creature, Harry said grimly. It warned Voldemort's followers. It's playing both sides. Of course it is, the castle agreed. It wants chaos. Wants us weakened and desperate. Whatever game it's playing, this is all part of its plan. They destroyed the ring that night, fiend fire consuming it in Dumbledore's office. The headmaster watched with grim satisfaction as another piece of Voldemort's soul burned to nothing. 2 down, Dumbledore said. How many remain? We don't know. The creature might, but trusting it would be worse than ignorance. Dumbledore nodded. We continue searching. The diary's destruction set a pattern. When a Horcrux dies, the others become slightly easier to detect. Eventually, we'll find them all. Harry hoped he was right. But the creature's laughter echoed in his dreams, and he couldn't shake the feeling that they were dancing to a tune older than humanity itself. Spring brought the year's final confrontation. Harry was in the castle's deepest accessible levels, training with the bond, when he felt it, a surge of dark power from far below. The seals on the ancient binding were straining. What's happening? He demanded. Someone is trying to break through, the castle replied, her voice tight with fear. From the inside. Harry ran. The castle guided him through passages that shouldn't have existed, down to chambers that hadn't been opened in centuries. The air grew thick with ancient magic, heavy with power that made his bones ache. He found the source in a circular room at the bottom of everything, the anchor point of the Founder's binding, where 4 pillars of crystallized magic held chains of pure force. And pressed against those chains, testing them with terrible patience, was something Harry's mind refused to fully perceive. The old one, the castle breathed. It's trying to escape. The creature was vast. That was the only word for it, vast, in dimensions Harry couldn't comprehend. It existed in the space between spaces, pressing against reality like a drowning man pressing against ice. And it saw him. Little Ward Keeper. The voice was like the grinding of continental plates. Little Fifth. Have you come to witness my freedom? You're not getting free. Harry's voice was steadier than he felt. The binding holds. The binding weakens. Every year, every decade, it erodes. The creature's attention was a physical weight, crushing. The cold air found my weak points. He promised to free me in exchange for power. He will keep his promise. Voldemort is a shade. A fragment. He has no power to free anyone. He has knowledge. Knowledge I gave him. The creature's laughter was avalanches and earthquakes. The Founders built well, but they made assumptions. Assumptions I have had 1,000 years to study. Harry felt the castle's terror mixing with his own. This thing was older than civilization. Older than magic itself. What hope did they have against it? The prophecy, the castle reminded him. You are the 5th. You can strengthen the binding beyond all measure. How? I don't know. But the Founders did. Their knowledge is in me somewhere, I just can't find it. Harry stepped forward, his wand raised. You want to test me? Fine. Let's see what the 5th can do. He reached through the bond, deeper than he'd ever gone, and the castle opened herself to him completely. Power flooded through Harry, a millennium of accumulated magic, the concentrated essence of everything Hogwarts had ever been. It was too much for any human body to hold, but Harry wasn't just human anymore. He was the castle's heart, walking in flesh. Yes, the creature hissed. Show me your strength, little 5th. Show me what you are. Harry thrust his wand toward the straining seals, and light erupted, not silver, not gold, but something older. The color of the first dawn. The color of hope itself. The binding blazed with renewed strength. The chains tightened. And the creature, for the first time in millennia, screamed. This is impossible. The Founders were 4, you are 1, but I'm not alone. Harry's voice was the castle's voice now, his words echoing from every stone. I have her. I have them. I have everyone who's ever loved this place, everyone who's ever called it home. The light intensified. The binding crystallized, becoming something stronger than what the founders had created, a seal forged not just from 4 magical signatures, but from 1,000 years of accumulated love. The creature recoiled, driven back into its prison, its touch on reality weakening. "This changes nothing," it spat. "I am patient. I am eternal. You will fail eventually. Maybe." Harry's smile was fierce. But not today. He released the power, letting it flow back into the castle's reserve. The binding settled into its new configuration, stronger than it had been since the day of its creation. The creature's presence faded, retreating to the depths where it would wait, and scheme, and hunger. But for now, for this moment, it was contained. "Well done," the castle said, and her voice was thick with emotion. "Well done, my heart. You are truly the 5th. Harry slumped against the nearest pillar, exhausted beyond anything he'd ever experienced. "Is it over?" "No. It will never be truly over, not while that thing exists." The castle's presence wrapped around him, warm and protective. "But you've bought us time. Years, perhaps. Decades. Time to find the Horcruxes. Time to stop Voldemort. Time to build something strong enough to last forever. Forever's a long time. We have a good start." Harry laughed weakly and let the castle carry him back to the surface, to his friends, to the life that waited for him above. The darkness would return. It always did. But for now, there was light. And love. And hope. And that would have to be enough.